Councilman Howe, we are being recorded. We're on YouTube, and it is open to the public. We don't have any, we have one attendee now, so they have started to come in. So whenever you're ready, we're good to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Phil. The time is now 5:02 p.m. and the Finance Committee is open. Item number 1, 21074, repair parts for snowplow.
Good evening. Christy Moretti, Department of Public Works. Department's requesting a 612 to increase the spending authority on this contract in the amount of $10,000, which would make the cap previously approved at $12,000 to $22,000.
Would you please just, any reasons as to why the increase coming?
We have spent to date $11,778.51 on parts for the snow plows in the city fleet, and we've only had one snowstorm.
Agreed. And also, if I'm not mistaken, I think the city added a few more snow plows to our fleet in the last year.
We have 3 new vehicles, so that we just added. Councilman, I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were those? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Were those replacements of older vehicles, or were those addition to the existing vehicles?
They were in addition to, but what happens is, so water department got one of the new 6-wheel dumps. They gave the highway department their old 6-wheel dump, which is old, but still serviceable for plowing at least. So that we keep them and we use them as we need them.
Thank you so much, Christy. Is there any questions from other members of the committee?
Thanks, Chairman. I had my questions answered earlier in a conversation with Director Earls, so I think I'm good to go on here. The 22 sort of fits within the reasonable fluctuation year to year of what we've actually spent on repairs to these plows. So Director Earls filled in that there were some larger ticket items that needed to be repaired after the first snowstorm. Those shouldn't come up again, but we do still need some budget to get through the rest of the season. So seems reasonable to me.
Okay, thank you. By the way, welcome back now, Director Earls. Welcome back to the city, and you're going to notice that some of the same challenges when you left are existing, which will come upon later on in this meeting.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee?
None.
Are there any questions from the council? I think that's 5, but I'm not sure. I'm not. Anyone else? The Councilman Lattiser.
Look a little closer, Chairman. It gets better. Thank you. Christy, what was the date of that snowstorm?
December 17th.
December 17th. Okay. And what were the 2, it said due to 2 rather large purchases. What were those 2 large purchases?
We had 2 purchase orders issued to 2 different vendors. One was for items for the 6-wheel dump trucks, and one was for items for the 1-ton or smaller pickups. There were things like the trip canisters, the push lugs. We had to get angle cylinders. We had to get some mounts for the plows themselves. So one purchase order was $41.88, and the other one was $48.30.
And when were those purchase orders issued?
December.
In December. Before the storm or after the storm?
I'm not sure the exact date. I could look it up. I don't have the purchase orders with me, but.
So the reason I'm asking is because 12,000 was used up in a real quick period of time from when we had originally approved the bid.
Correct.
So
Sorry.
my question continues to be the issuance of those purchase orders. In other words, when I look at this, this says to me that as a result of the storm, that we had, various things that occurred with the trucks or the snowplows, et cetera, and we pretty much expended all of our monies. What I'm trying to wrap my arms around is why on, I think it was November 19th, when we had approved the original purchase, why on November 19th, which was before the storm, didn't we know about these things? So it is important to me to know if those purchase orders were issued before or after the storm.
Christie, I think the date on the purchase orders was actually Christmas Eve. That's what I remember seeing, is that they were 12/24, which would have been after the storm, which seems logical, right? So we did all the prep work before the storm, which was the first purchase orders that you saw. And then after the storm, the vehicles may have had some issues that weren't identified until they were out and actually plowing and doing that work. So subsequently, the second purchase orders, which you're seeing now. Or yeah, those are the two larger purchases. I know that if they were at the same time, then they were Christmas Eve, because I remember specifically seeing that one of them was Christmas Eve.
Okay, so obviously it was after the storm. Okay, that was the clarification I needed, and it answered the questions that I had. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any other questions from the council? Any other questions from the council? Are there any questions from the audience? Phil, I'll leave that to you.
Mr. Chairman, I do not see any questions from members of the public.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Sorry about that. So therefore, I'll take a motion.
Favorable action.
Second.
We have a favorable, we have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The next item is 2021-186A, original equipment parts. This is found on page 17.
Public Works is requesting to award 2021-186A to 4 vendors, Tasca, Milton Cat, Howard Johnson, and Factory Motor Parts. I just want to point out that we have the automotive department that has multiple budget codes. They use multiple vendors, and for purposes of tracking and spending, we are requesting that, as we have in many years past, one cap for 3 requests. So this cap that we're asking for of $780,600 is actually attached to 3 requests at the meeting tonight. So we're not asking for it 3 times. It's one dollar amount, but 3, because one's OEM parts, one's various parts, and the other is a 56.6 for the OEM parts. I hope that makes sense.
It does make sense. We good to go? There's a bad echo when someone speaks. Councilman Lattiser, would you mind muting your computer? I don't think it was anything. I think it was just the sound of the microphones echoing. Director Earls and Christie, would you guys have an issue if we held this?
This bid, the bid that we have in place currently expires on February 17th. It's not something that we can hold for an indefinite amount of time. To put it kind of bluntly, if our garages don't work, then nobody's moving. So if we can't get parts, yeah.
I understand that, but I understand that, but This goes with item number, bid number 2, bid number 3, and bid number 8, correct? That's the one you were speaking, that speaks to all 3?
It goes with 2, 3, yes, yep.
Okay. So it's not your intent to hold?
I think we would prefer not to if the committee would approve.
Okay,
No,
thank
yeah, Christie is correct. We want to move forward with this.
Okay, because I'm to be very honest, when I spoke, and I believe the council president is welcome to jump in on this, we had a request from the corner office to hold this for a meeting. So I'm a little confused. So I'm asking, is the council president or a representative from the administration present? Mr. President, was it our understanding that they wanted that the corner office, the administration requested we hold items 2, 3, and 8?
They did say that yesterday. They said they were going to speak to the director, but if the director's comfortable moving forward, I'm sure we're happy to take it up here. But yeah, we were asked that. But again, if the director is comfortable moving forward, I'm sure we have questions that we can ask. But yeah, we were asked that at the last when we met with the mayor yesterday.
Thank you, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions to be asked. So thank you so much. So I will. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Councilman.
Thank you. So we've Director Earls and I've had a couple conversations on this one so far. I guess the first question would just be generally, I know you're getting situated and coming up on a big task in front of you. I just want to make sure that you and the team have had sufficient time to review this and feel good about this. I mean, there's a lot in here, and as I mentioned to you, I am in no way an auto parts expert. But what I did get from some of my inquiries was that there is a few $100,000 of spending authority left in these accounts currently. So if you did need some time to get to that first meeting in February, I don't think work would need to stop, because there were a bunch of funds, a couple $100,000 left in those accounts, if I'm not incorrect. So I'll just start there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not so much the money available in the accounts. It's that in mid-February, we won't have the authority to purchase from any vendors because the contract will have expired. And I think that the confusion about whether or not we want to move forward is probably, I think it's the administration kind of looking out for me personally. But in discussions with, Council Laddiser, Christie, the administration in general, this is a pretty straightforward bid. I mean, that $700,000 line item, 2 years ago, it came in at about 650. Last year, it came in at about 650. In May, council approved that to be 700,000, which was a logical number. I mean, we have an older fleet. So if 2 years in a row you're at 650, 700 is a logical number. And so that being said, I don't have any concerns about moving this forward. And if there is anything that goes wrong at that February meeting, and we aren't able to approve it, they really are going to be stuck. The garage is not going to have any way to buy any parts, and that's going to be an issue. And really, if there are any questions about it, we can answer them now. But personally, I don't have any concerns about moving this forward.
Okay. Thanks, Director. I agree. I have the all the way back from 2017, the amounts for these accounts, the budget, and then the actual as well. And I think what you rattled off there is accurate. So seems in line with the past. So I'll yield back.
Thank you, Councilman. And Eric, let me be clear. Please understand that I'm just going on. I wanted to honor a discussion that was had with the administration. So I have no problem moving, addressing or, discussing this. I just wanted to make sure I honored the request of the administration. So I want to ask you just a question that I know have come up many a times in the past when we have bids come before us over the last, I'd say 3-4 years, is why are there awards being given to companies who never bid in the process? We put out a bid, we request businesses bid, to compete for the bids, and then companies that haven't even bid are awarded the contracts. Could you please answer to that?
Hurry up.
Christy, you might have a better answer to that, but what I would say is that the more vendors we have, the more flexibility we have with purchasing. Our guys in the back, when they need brake pads or something like that, they call the vendors and they find out what the costs are, what the availability is. And then, they're advocating on behalf of the city for the best price and the best efficiency, right? So it's a function of cost, it's a function of availability. The more vendors we have, the easier it is for them to kind of play one against another and get us the best price. I don't know specifically how the bidding process works, but certainly, as anyone can imagine, the more vendors you have, the more likelihood you are of getting a better price.
Well, and I just want to add to that we only, it's only for the OEM parts that we request the 56.6 for the vendors that don't bid, because there are vendors that specifically only provide parts for their brand. So if we need an OEM part for a Mack truck, let's say, or, we would go to Ballard Mack. We can't go to Peterbilt and get a Mack part. So that's the reason why when we have a lot of specialty equipment, a lot of tractors, mowers, the Kubota, that we can't get their parts from, we can't get aftermarket parts. If we can, we do. But if we need OEM parts, we need the ability and the permission to use these vendors, simply because we have no other choice.
Okay. But I also, I guess going on what you said, Director Earls, I realize and understand what you're saying. Chrissy, thank you. You made a valid point. I realize and understand what you're going on, but one of is the checks and balances, and there's a lot of checks and balances that got to happen, and therefore all the other departments come with us with the specific. But it's something that we can definitely work on together and moving forward. Are there any other questions from the committee?
No, thank you.
One more, if I may.
Councilman.
It's more of a just to point out, and I've seen this come up before on some of these bids. On the Tasca sampling, they list their flat discount, and it doesn't tie to the net price. It looks like the actual discount they're applying is like 35.5%, and they list 35. So just confirmation that the net price is what we would end up paying. I've heard that question before, so I just wanted to call that one out.
Thank you, Councilman. Questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattice.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eric is correct when he says that I had spoken with him. I reached out to him on this item, and as you well know, Chairman, I've always had an issue with these multiple vendors, and we certainly proved to be right over the last 4 years, because vendors have increased. We've had vendors who are bidding that had not been bidding in the past, particularly with auto parts. And those reasons were because you're awarding bids to someone who's given us a 52% discount as opposed to someone who's given us a 45% discount, but yet we didn't know what the list prices were. So for the last 4 years, the committee and the council have worked real hard with changing that culture. My concern is that we have, I don't know, it's at some point in here, it's one item has over 20 some vendors. And what really troubles me is that, and I understand that the pots of, or the position of, if we need a pot, we need it. And if Joe Blow doesn't have it, then we've got to go to someone to get it. What really bothers me a lot is that we're kind of being held hostage as a business entity to vendors who, quite frankly, are too lazy to bid. They don't want to take the time to go through the process, and they don't want to take the time to fill out the forms. They don't want to read the form for whatever reason. They're not bidding. And I think in many cases, just because they're too lazy to go through the bid process that's required. But yet you have other companies who do take the time, who put in the effort to do it. Chairman Howe and Council President McAllister, you remember when you first came aboard the council, we had did the unheard of. You know, we held a bid, we sent it back to rebid, and because we wanted list prices on all of these individual pots. And there were people in the previous administration, not the Solomon administration and the Avedisian administration, who said they never get it. Nobody's ever going to bid. Nobody's going to give them those list of pots. And in the end, what we got was 11 bidders. We had vendors who were sending in their entire book of business on CDs. And certainly we had vendors who were bidding on all the pots that were requested out there. The issue here is, and I think Councilman, and by the way, I'm not disputing what Director Earls is saying, and I can understand his position, but I am really concerned about this multitude of vendors. I'm especially concerned with and hold on, because my screen just changed out on me.
We can still hear you, Councilman. It's just the update that we requested of the committee.
Okay. I'm especially concerned with what you had said, Chairman, is that the mayor had asked this to be held. And I think the reasoning that he did it, as a matter of fact, I can tell you definitively the reason he did it is because I asked that it be held so I could take a better look at it. And the mayor, who's been here about 2 weeks, is concerned that this is a huge amount of money and he wants to take another look at it. So, you know, I'll take the hot spot on this and say that I think it's appropriate, given that the mayor has made that request, that we hold this until February 1st. I mean, short of an overrun of city government here in Warwick, there's no way that we won't be on the calendar for February 1st to hear this. And that's still 17 days away from the contract renewing. And no matter what, whether you hold this till then or you don't hold this till then, the contract doesn't renew until February 18th. And there is, as Councilman Gebhardt pointed out, there still is monies in the account if pots are needed. We still have the 56-6 option, and we always have the 3-3 option. So I'm going to respectfully request on behalf of the mayor that this be held until February 1st.
Thank you, Councilman. Before I make comment, is there any other members of the council that wish to ask questions or give input? Thank you. Any members of the public?
Not at this time, sir.
Thank you, Chris. So what I would like to say to follow up to what Councilman Lattiser said, I would agree that the mayor did, it was my assumption the mayor requested that it be held, but his appointed director says we can move forward. And I kind of approach it slightly the same as you, Councilman. And the way I feel about it is that, let me permanently, so I don't have to hold my finger on that button. The way I feel about it is that this is a new administration. And as you said, I feel better knowing that the mayor said that he was concerned about the amount. And my feeling on this is I have no reason heading into this administration until I have a reason to doubt that the money will be spent accordingly. This is my opinion. I have no reason to doubt that the money will be spent accordingly. This is definitely something that we all, I know you will, I know I will, I know the council president will, and I'm sure the mayor will. We'll all go ahead and follow up to ensure that the money spent appropriately. Speaking on Councilman Lattiser, what you said, I agree with you 100% about the, we put these bids out there and it seems to be that there's some sort of a monopoly where companies are saying they shouldn't even have to bid on products. But at the same time, I realize that we as a city are going through some unique times, and it's concerning when I heard the director say, you know, we need the parts. I know we're this last snow, or that snow we had prior to Christmas Eve, we were running short. There was some times that streets had a long delay in getting paved because, as you know, we had to do the pandemic and then the layoffs and then the illnesses. And the last thing we need to do is have the extended of the equipment. So my feeling, and I welcome the committee and the council, but my feeling on this is that I feel obligated to move for favorable on this with a close eye and an understanding with the administration that we're going to hold the mayor to his word of his concern and see what happens, and if the money is, where the money goes and where it's spent and what future allocations are. Seeing nothing further, do I have a motion?
Chairman, can I ask a quick question?
Yes, please, Councilman Sinapi.
And this might be to Solicitor Walsh. Should this bid be passed and the mayor, it turns out, wanted it held, in theory, he just has to inform the department head, therefore no signature goes on the contract, and then we just move to reconsider at the next meeting, correct?
So one way would be to officially return it back to the council in the form of a veto that the council could then reconsider or act upon it at that time. As far as just returning it without signature, the charter provides that. Give me a minute. I believe there's protocols on that.
Doesn't it pass without his signature, Bill?
Resolutions do, but elsewise, no. This one requires a signature on a contract too, so I think it might be a bit different.
It certainly wouldn't be the cleanest of ways to proceed if that's the council's interest. So while
I'm just trying to make sure it's not the end of the world if we pass it and then it turns out he wants it held still.
from the calendar standpoint, we have
Clarification, and I'm sorry, Mr. Walsh, while you're looking that up, I just want to clarify to the Councilman Sinapi that I plan on recommending favorable action within the committee on this. Seeing that the department head was appointed by the mayor, as I said earlier, I'm assuming that the mayor will then, this is the action of the mayor. He got the department head, got no indication from the mayor. So we're going to act accordingly on this or vote accordingly on this, however we choose. but it is my indication to support this moving out and then pay close attention thereafter.
Oh, fully agreed. You're preaching to the choir right now. I was just seeking to head off any other objection.
At this point, I'd say we can, if at the committee's pleasure, we have some time to get final analysis on that. That you can proceed as part of the consent calendar if it needs to be pulled off during the council consideration. That's an option that remains for later this evening. So at this point, the committee can make its recommendation and the council will still have their opportunity to weigh in accordingly.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion or, I'm sorry, Councilman Gebhardt, do you have a question?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I understand what the risk is in holding it until the 1st of February, still giving us over 2 weeks to approve it and move it forward. I just want to make sure we're not gonna.
Valid question. Director Earls?
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's not that much, right? I mean, the only issue would be if something does happen at that February 1st meeting. But again, my only question at this point would be, what's going to happen in the next 2 weeks, right? What other answers can we give you in the next 2 weeks that will kind of make you feel better about this? And I don't know what that could be, right? And I'm okay with it. You're right. If we held it until February 1st and everything goes off without a hitch and it gets approved February 1st, you're absolutely right. We don't skip a beat. We got the contract in place before it expires, and that's all we need. Again, though, my question would just be, in the next 2 weeks, what are you going to be looking for from us to kind of help? And I'm not trying to be flip. I just genuinely want to understand. This is my first council meeting as Public Works Director. What can I do to kind of make everybody feel better about this type of thing? That's all.
Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman. So to members of the committee and also Director Earl, for me, it's not about any questions that I have. I've asked the questions I've had, and you and I have spoken about the concerns earlier. I do get concerned about the increase in monies, but that will maybe work its way out in time. For me, it's not about the questions or concerns that I have. It's about the questions and or concerns that Mayor Picozzi has. And he's indicated that clearly, as Chairman Howe has stated. And also, I have that as well, that he wanted to have time to review it. That's my issue. Simple as that. It's not about my questions. It's about the request of Mayor Picozzi to have a little more time to take a look at this, given the fact that we're talking about large sums of money, and he may have other concerns. I don't know. So that's my position with it.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Foyle, I'll get with you 1 sec. I just want to reiterate that, I'm gonna honor the fact that Director Earls works for the mayor and he got no such word. So, and please, Councilman Lattiser, I understand what you're saying, but because I was under the same impression, but I'm assuming that he's gonna his instruction is Director Earls move forward. Councilman Foley.
Yes, I'm leaning the other way, Chairman Howe. In deference to Director Earl, I'm not doubting him, but since you had a conversation with the mayor just yesterday, I would make a motion to hold in deference to the mayor, especially this early in our session as a city council. And Director Earl assuaged some of my concern. I don't see any reason why on February 1st, we're not going to be here and we're not going to be able to pass this if there are no concerns from the mayor's office. Again, in deference to the mayor is my only position.
Councilman, I welcome you to make any motion you wish.
Is it time for our motions or is discussion ended?
I believe discussion is over. We already went through the motion. Oh, I'm sorry. I see Councilman Latzer.
All right, so, Mr. Chair, just to be very specific, and I'll be happy to flash this on the screen if you want to see it. This comes directly from Mayor Picozzi. And it said, I asked Tim Howe if he would mind holding, and he agreed. I'm a new mayor with a new DPW director, and I need some time to look it over. So what's the big deal for holding it till February 1st?
Okay,
We're still-
Councilman,
Excuse me.
Councilman, no, it's not a big deal. We are trying, we have a director, and I understand he's a new mayor. It's exactly what he told me. We have his director telling us, please move on this. And I do remember the mayor telling me that. I am trying to give the council the option. I'm trying to hear the voices of the council. And that, I understand you got a text. I realize that. But I just had one of the committee members say that he's willing to put forward a motion, and I'll honor his motion. And we'll vote on it. Councilman Foley.
Motion to hold till the first meeting in February.
We have a motion. We have a motion. We have a second. The motion is to hold until the first meeting in February. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Gonna need to assign that a
You need
PCR.
number. Sorry. I
Oh, may
couldn't
I have a
unmute.
PCR number?
Sorry about that. I couldn't unmute. It's PCR 11-21.
Thank you. PCR 11-21. Thank you.
Yep, sorry about that.
That's okay. And just catching up on my documents. Okay, so for 2021-187, various replacement automotive parts, I assume it's the same actions because the three go together. Councilman Fuller or Councilman Gebhardt, or I apologize. So this is the plan on this is to hold this and item number 8. Is there, we're going to hold, is there any discussion from the committee? Council? And the public? Would one of my colleagues make a motion?
Motion to hold.
Motion made to hold,
We
Second.
need
seconded. PCR, please.
PCR 12-21.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All those in favor of holding PCR 12-21 until February 1st?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. 2021-211, police pre-employment medical exams. Major Michaelitis. Wonderful ceremony, by the way, Major.
It was great last night, wasn't it?
It certainly was. I love the pomp and circumstance and the professionalism, and congratulations to the new commander. I apologize, new chief.
I'll definitely pass it along to him. Thank you. In December, the police department went out to bid for recruit medical exams. The police academy requires newly hired officers to be given a medical evaluation prior to entry into the police academy. Our current academy started last week. The next class will start in July. At this point in time, we're anticipating 8 to 10 recruits will need medical exams for the July academy. And then as the year goes on, we'll have to reassess what we're going to need for the January academy. The department received bid proposals from 2 qualified vendors. The department is requesting the bid be awarded to the lowest bidder, Occupational Health Center, doing business as Concentra Medical Center, 400 Bald Hill Road, this city. And we are seeking authorization to expend funds not to exceed $4,500.
Thank you very much, Major. Are there any questions from members of the committee?
May I have a
Councilman-
question, not specific to the bid, but how many officers, is this appropriate? How many officers are you anticipating to hire in this calendar year?
As of right now, we're looking at our complement is 171. We're budgeted for 175, so we're down 4 right now. However, there are approximately 32 people that are eligible to retire, so we have to plan for any of those that might come up as well.
Thank you.
32 are eligible to retire. Man, oh man. Any other questions from the committee? Questions from the council, Council President McAllister.
Thank you. And Major, for these, as you mentioned, these are medical evaluations to the people that are applying to become officers in Warwick. And the reason why we do these is so we know of their medical conditions before we send them to the academy before we train them and then put them on the job, and then we find out that they may be medically ineligible after the fact, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
For the main reason for this. Is this also a requirement within the contracts between the municipal police academy? Is that part of it, a requirement? They have to go through have these medical evaluations prior to going into the academy, or is this a Warwick policy?
It's both. It's included in our conditional offer employment, and it is a requirement of the academy itself.
Great. Yeah. So I think that this is pretty straightforward. It's an important thing. We want to make sure that the men and women that we do invest in, and that they're going to serve our city, that will be physically able to do that. So I appreciate if you outlining that for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are there any other questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Major Michaelides, I don't have a question on this so much, but I know Commander Lucci alluded to it last night, but I also wanted to extend my congratulations to Chief Connors, as well as all of the officers that got promoted last night. I was unable to attend the event. It's always a great event to attend, but once again, kudos and congrats to everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the committee? Council, I apologize. Okay, hearing none. Any questions from members of the public? I apologize. Any questions from members of the public?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chris. Hearing none, may I have a motion from member of the committee? Councilman Foley makes the motion.
Favorable action.
Second.
And seconded by Councilman. It's not working. All right, there we go.
Yeah, you're good.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you all. Motion.
Thank you.
Item number 2021-215 Bravo, fire sprinkler system inspections and or repairs. Chief? Or is it Christie? I'm sorry.
That's Public Works.
I'm sorry, Christie. Go
That's
ahead.
okay. Public Works is requesting to award bid 2021-215A to Rustic Fire Protection in the amount of $15,000 for a one-year period. This will cover the required inspections of the sprinkler systems in city buildings that have them, as well as any repairs that come up.
Thank you, Christie. And a question. So I see that there are quite a few vendors on the list, but only one came back with a bid.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You know a question I'm going to ask. Do you know if there was any follow-up to find out?
No, and I'm actually kind of surprised that some of the usuals didn't bid, but I mean, under the circumstances, I've had vendors tell me, oh, we didn't get the bid, so-and-so was out sick. You know, it sat on their desk type of thing, so I'm not really sure.
I got to tell you, I was waiting for someone to say that when it comes to bids, because believe it or not, I've already had two companies cancel on me to get work done in my house because their companies are either in zones that are high COVID impact or their employees are just not authorized to come back to work yet.
Yeah, it's been a little
So,
tough.
Yeah, there's a lot of things we have to adapt to and be reasonable with. So any questions from the committees? Any question from council? Councilman Lattiser.
Can't hear you,
Councilman, you're
Councilman.
muted. Councilman, you're muted.
Sorry, as you know, that's very unusual for me, but that's okay. Christie, have we ever used this company before?
Not to my recollection.
And to go to the chairman's question, I mean, it just jumps out at me immediately, and I'm just concerned why after the bid was opened and over with, why someone didn't pick up the phone and call the company that I think we've been using for quite some time now, right, for this fire protection, and ask them why they didn't bid. You know, there could be some some really simple reasons, just like you said. We didn't get the bid. The mail was messed up. We've had those things happen. We got the bid request after the bid deadline was in place. I just think that sometimes, putting in my sector, my world, what we do, when I don't get bids for something, I start picking up the phone and I call people. Why didn't you bid? Especially now, the mails are messed up. People are out of the office. There's all kinds of reasons why we didn't bid. And now here we are going with a company in Massachusetts when we've got companies in Rhode Island that we've used in the past and we're not using. And I'm just concerned that there's a real legitimate, honest reason why other companies didn't bid. So I don't know, maybe what we should do, here's my suggestion, to extend the current contract that we have for fire protection for 3 months and rebid this job and pick up the phone or someone and contact the people that the bids have been sent to. Hey, we just want to make sure you got the bid.
We can't extend the current bid right now. It's not up for discussion tonight. It's not part of the docket.
Okay, all right, so we can't discuss it tonight. So then
we can't discuss the current bid.
I'm sorry?
The current bid, it can't be extended 3 months tonight. It's not part of the docket.
No, I'm just not saying, the current bid. Yeah, I understand. No, I understand what you're saying. But if the new contract doesn't renew until February 23rd. So that's a month away before the current contract expires. So what could be done is we can't discuss it here in this meeting, that's fine, but that doesn't mean that the contract can't be extended or a request put out to extend it for 3 months and rebid this. I don't know, it's just not right to end up going with a Massachusetts company when we only had one bidder, and the bidders are the people historically that have bid, as well as the company that has done this service for us in the past hasn't bid. Something's goofy with this. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any other questions from the council?
I just have one question. Weren't we told by the city attorney, I think last year, that we weren't allowed to simply get the bids and go, no, we're going to call up other people and say we want to rebid? Wasn't that a thing? Didn't we get a letter and everything?
Well, if I may, Councilman, what we're doing now is the councilman stated, Councilman Sinapi, Councilman Lattiser stated an idea. He goes, maybe we could, and that would be something that's for discussion. But as of right now, that's not the intent of this committee.
Fair point.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the council? So what I would like to say is, I'm in favor of this for the simple fact that this kind of goes with what we talked about in the last bid, where we were criticizing people for not bidding. Now we have a company that did bid and other companies that didn't bid. This is a $3,000 award. It's a specific detail award, if you will. They have one simple job. Well, I apologize, not one simple job, but they have one specific duty. And I do understand the challenges that a lot of companies are facing. I agree with what Christie said. Councilman, you make valid points. You've been making them for the 4 years. But due to the situation, due to the fact that a company did take the initiative to bid, it's unfortunate others didn't. But I'm willing to move forward with any action on this. Is there any questions from the public? Oh, I'm sorry.
Could I just make a comment?
One moment, please. I'm sorry, Christy. One moment. I already called out the public. Chris, is there anyone from the public wishing to speak?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'll go back to Christy. Please follow up.
The way these bids get handled when we send them up to purchasing is and the way purchasing sends them out, not only do we give them a vendor list of, which is the ones you see in the package with the addresses and email addresses, the majority of the bids get emailed to the vendor. Sometimes it's one person, sometimes it's multiple people, depending on the amount of emails that we find. We do our best to vet everything, make sure that it's still active. So it's not necessarily a mail issue. If we don't have an email, they do mail the bids out, but it goes to people's email, like their
So-
work email. It's not like
So
a-
you're saying there's definitely a communication open. There's definitely.
Right, and it's on the city website. And for our companies that know, you know, they know the bid's coming up for expiration, the bid's advertised on the website. So I just wanted the council to know that it's, you know, we do our best to make sure that the vendors
Mhm.
that we can find in our local area, if that's at all possible, have the information that a bid is being advertised with all the pertinent
Thank you.
information.
Thank you. Council President McAllister.
Thank you. And I agree with Christie on that, you know, this bid was put out there. Everybody had the opportunity to bid on it. We can't force companies to bid on it. This company is a qualified bidder. According to this, they are a qualified bidder. I just don't like the precedent of people going through the process. It's not their fault that they were the only ones that bid on it. They're a qualified bidder. You know, I believe that if they're qualified, they can do the job. They bid on it. Every other company had an opportunity to bid as well. Now, maybe after the fact, maybe after we do this and award this bid, if that's what the council chooses to do, we could look at and reach out to these other companies, make sure we have updated information for them, especially if it's an email. I'm sure a lot of times the email goes to you know, Jim Smith at the company, and Jim Smith left a couple of years ago, so they're not getting the things. But I think for opportunities like this, that it is out there, it's been on the website, there's opportunities for everybody to bid on it. Just because there was one bidder who happens to be a qualified bidder, you know, we'd love to get much more, but you know, I don't think it's fair to just change the end zone on this one company because they happen to be the only one that bid on it. Everybody else had an opportunity. I think that if they're a qualified bidder, they should be given the consideration of this council. I don't think they should automatically be, you know, set to rebid or penalized because they were the only bidder. Everybody else had the same opportunity. Again, maybe after the fact, not on this specific bid or any specific bid, but it may be a worthwhile project to reach out to these companies, make sure we have the current information, where they would like these bids sent, make sure we have updated email addresses and stuff like that. But for individual bids like this, I think if you're a qualified bidder, you went through the process, everybody else had the same opportunity, they shouldn't be penalized because no one else bid. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm ready to, excuse me, Councilman Lattiser.
Oh, yes, thank you. I just want to make a clarification. This isn't a $3,000 bid, it's an $18,000. Well, the one we're on right now is $15,000 and $3,000 after that.
Right.
But having said that, the council president, for the most part of what you just said is what I've been preaching for the last 4 years. As a matter of fact, yourself and Councilman Howe, all three of us were preaching that same thing for 4 years in a row about reaching out to vendors after the bid. I'm not stating or saying contact the vendor, why didn't you bid, and let's you know, give everybody information, let's rebid it so everybody no, that's not what I'm saying. It's basically and specifically what the council president said is when you have something like this, to reach out. We know for certain, particularly in our 4-year history, we know for certain that there were many vendors who were not getting emails because the person that worked there the email it was sent to didn't even work there anymore. Or the emails weren't even alive, they weren't even active. So the only way that we find out is by making the phone calls. And that's what we have been doing over the last 4 years. And it has certainly benefited the taxpayers in dollar savings. So anyways, that's my 2 cents on this.
Thank you, Councilman. Is there a motion on the committee?
Full action.
I have Ward 9 favorable action. Councilman Foley, will you second, please?
Yes.
Thank you. We have move for favorable. We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all. The next item is 2021-224 mobile thermal printers.
Chairman,
Yes.
you have the second part of the sprinkler bid. I think you were on the wrong page.
You skipped one.
B.
Oh, you know what? My paper doesn't have a number 5 on it.
It should. Mine does. You don't have it? What is it?
Mine goes from 4 straight to 6. I
Oh.
apologize.
Nope, my fault.
Nope,
Let me
nope.
email it over. Check your email. Here it comes.
Sorry about that.
That was weird.
Actually, that means my paperwork doesn't match up with what's in my file either. Every time I think, every time you think you're 100%, you find out not
Chairman.
necessarily.
Chairman, you want to borrow mine?
Yeah, I may have to.
It's in your inbox.
Thank you so much, Lynn.
Just in time for these new printers.
That's it. Hold on, it's not there yet. I apologize about the delay.
It's weird.
Okay, so I'll move on. I have it right here in front of me on this page. I'll just go away from my, it is, let's see, 2021-215A.
B.
So wait a minute, did we vote on, yeah, we just voted on A. I'm going to B. I apologize.
Correct.
2021-215B, rustic fire protection, Christie.
Well, actually, it's Parks and Recreation.
Oh, I apologize. Ms. Wiley, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you. I apologize about the confusion.
That's okay. As I say, after my third day on the job, I don't have much more information other than to echo what Christy said. It's the same bid, same contract, was just that Parks and Recreation is looking for $3,000 for the same type of inspections and repairs from the same company.
Thank you. The same company, and again, the only bidder of the company?
Yes.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Any questions from the council? Councilman Lattiser.
He's muted. He's muted.
You're muted,
Councilman
Councilman.
Lattiser, you're muted.
I think, I don't know, I think maybe the chairman does that to me on purpose. I don't have any questions, Ms. Wiley, but I can assure you I'll probably have plenty in the future. But I wanted to take this opportunity to welcome you to the city and look forward to working with you in the future. So welcome.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from the council? Any comments, questions or comments from the public, Chris?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. With that, may I have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
Favorable. We have a favorable, we have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And I would also like to welcome you, Ms. Wiley. I actually got a very excited email from Representative Vella Wilkinson, who was ecstatic about your position. So welcome to the city, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here, and I look forward to great things for the city.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
Item number 2021-224, mobile thermal printers, this time.
Lori Michaelides on behalf of the police department. In December, the police department went out to bid for mobile thermal printers. We received 2 qualified bids. The department is requesting that the bid be awarded to Scan Technologies as the lowest overall bidder. Purchases under this contract will be made on an as-needed basis as the older printers need to be replaced. The e-citation program is mandated by the state of Rhode Island. These printers allow traffic citations to be printed right in the cruisers, and all related information is automatically sent electronically to the Rhode Island Traffic Tribunal and courts. If approved, we are seeking authorization not to exceed $6,500.
Thank you very much. Straight to the point. Any questions from the committee? Any questions from the council? Any questions from the public?
No, sir.
Thank you so much. May I have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And item number 8, this is the item that goes with items number, I believe it was 2 and 3. So we're gonna intention to hold this on per request. So is there any comment or question from committee or the council? Any questions from the public? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
PC,
Oh,
oops,
Sorry, no, you're right. Go ahead, Lynn.
PCR 1321.
You've been my saving grace tonight.
I'm sorry.
We will be here until midnight if it wasn't for you. PCR 13-21. May I have a motion to hold until February 1st?
Move hold to February 1st.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Move on to the docket. We have PCO 7-19 Sub-A Pension Board. Councilman Lattiser.
Hold February 1st.
Thank you. We have a motion can I have a motion to hold till February 1st?
Motion to hold.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 3 is PCO 24-20 ordinance in regards to modernization of public safety equipment. First thing I'd like to do, if I may, Ms. Pecchia, would you be willing to, I'd like to add an amendment. Would you be willing to add that? Or
Do you want-
please.
No, I just want to clarify on what you're looking to do. So I can't do anything as a non-voting member or not even a member of your committee.
Okay.
But if you have sub-A language, is that something you'd want me to read into the record or?
Yes, please. If you wouldn't mind, please.
Sure, let me just pull it up if the committee will divulge me for 1 second.
Thank you. While you do that, if that's okay, I'd like to just introduce my purpose for introducing this legislation.
Sure.
Thank you. I knew that there was a certain process we had to go through. You just clarified it for me. Thank you.
Sure.
So I want to make clear something. This legislation, the reason why I put it through is it is to establish a restricted account for purchase of fire equipment, not limited to, but to include all equipment. As we are aware, the Warwick Fire Department is to be on it like our police department, uniformed services. They are required under federal and mandated under federal and state laws to have certain equipment, a specific training that is run by the state, regulated by the federal government. They are met. We have guidelines that we must meet to meet accreditations that accounts for how much money we spend for insurance as a city, how much money or what accreditations we get, just like in our schools, just like in our police. It is so highly regulated and so highly mobilized. It's a 24-hour, 365-day operation. One of the big challenges we're running into that I remember my first term on the council, and I know that our emeritus, our vice president, or I apologize, our pro tem councilwoman Travis can attain to, is we've been hearing for years that we need to update our fleet. Our fleet is old and running. And I just want to tell you that one of the things that we're running into is we have 6 vehicles right now that are in dire need of being replaced on the fire department, frontline vehicles. We have to come up with something, some sort of process to get these vehicles to replaced. We have to do something. We can no longer keep patching. We're spending more money on patching them up than we are investing in new equipment. And it's not just the equipment. We understand every time, like we just had a grant for our hoses, for fire helmets, fire equipment, and those all have expiration dates. And this is something that's near and dear to me. I won't compare the armed forces to the fire department, but I will say there's similarities where I would not want to be the person, and I'll use the invasion of Iraq, where we sent an entire force into a country that wasn't properly equipped. It was a shameful act. It should have never happened. And the purpose was we did it on a dime. And I don't want to be on this council, representative of this city, where I'm asking those that we're asking to go and service, a direct service to our taxpayers, to our citizens, to our seniors, our mothers, fathers, grandfathers, and children, grandmothers, all of them. I don't want to have them go into equipment that is not prepared. Like it or not, we are responsible for a fleet. We are responsible to have a full functioning fleet that is going to go out there and serve the citizens. And this is what the citizens pay for. So what this plan does is this plan sets up a reserve restricted account with a cap that takes money from our rescue revenue. And what the rescue revenue is, it's made up of insurance collections, payments, as well as out of city runs. We estimate about 60 to 65% of our revenue comes from, of the allocated $1 million I want to get. Of the $3 million, $600,000 to $700,000 is from out of city runs. There, we receive much more money from insurance payments. And as you all know, Councilman Lattiser was instrumental in getting us up to a modern billing system and a modern billing fee for these rescue runs. This ordinance proposal puts forward $1 million cap per fiscal year that would take the money from that revenue, put it in to be used for firefighting equipment. And then it would carry over the following year with a full all-time cap of $5 million. The purpose is to spend the money on new equipment every year. And I asked the fire department to come up with a plan, and they did. The reason why I am sending this amendment, it's the full language. And I want to make clear, I've had a conversation with the mayor's office, and I've sent out an email numerous times encouraging and welcoming my fellow council members to call me with any questions or concerns they may have concerning this. So with that, I want to make clear, this is something, whether we pay for it now through this, or we get slammed every year by having to buy numerous vehicles. This is a plan to buy a set number of vehicles to modernize our fire services. This is not something that will will be used. There'll be a restricted account, can't be used for anything other than equipment authorized by the mayor's office and this council. Ms. Pecchia, if you don't mind, would you assist me in reading the Article 2 into this?
Absolutely. So just some context for the committee members and the rest of the council who's listening in and members of the public. What you currently have before you reflects a draft that was submitted on, I believe it was December 28th, prior to the January 6th meeting. And at that time, we were trying to make the drafting deadline to be compliant with OMA. Since that time and this meeting, Councilman Howe has taken the necessary steps to meet with different stakeholders in the city, as well as legal department. I was privy to those meetings. So what we ended up doing was, after we had spoken to the necessary parties, we realized that the ordinance in its form before you was severely lacking. So what Councilman Howe is now asking me to read into the record is I guess what might become a sub A. And I'll do my best to go as slow as possible and make sure that folks are following along. But I just wanted to provide that backdrop in addition to Chairman Howe's kind of general description about what the intent of his legislation is, just so to frame it for everybody, so that we know where we are and where we might be going. Just as a general, before I read it, The additions that we made and that we're going to suggest at this time are more or less, some are housekeeping and some were very specific language that came as the result of all of these meetings that Councilman Howe has had over the past couple weeks. So one of the changes, and I'll read this in a second again, one of the changes is just to make sure that this language includes the specific prices that are already existing in current city code as far as what the city charges for out-of-town ambulance runs, EMS runs. Councilman Howe has also requested language that specifically controls how much funds will go into this restricted receipt account, the cap for the restricted receipt account, and it also requires that the fire department administration still run any purchases or proposed purchases by the city council, by the finance committee, prior to those funds being expended. Would now, Chairman, be a good time to just pause and see if there are any questions before I read the suggested language into the record?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ms. Pecky. Are there any questions from members of the committee so far in what you've heard? Any questions so far on members of the council? I see the council president. Did you have a question or a comment, Council President? No? Thank you. So far in what you've heard, thank you. And any questions from the public?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm prepared to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So the current draft that this committee and the council has before it for consideration tonight has section 1, which states Chapter 20, Article 2 of the City of Warwick Code of Ordinances is hereby amended by adding subsection 20-60, should say 66, as follows. And it starts at line 24 on the draft that I have. The sub A is I'm proposing that we add a section prior to this paragraph. So the title will remain the same. It will say section 20-66 fire department restricted receipts account, and then we'll go into sub paragraph capital A. Pursuant to chapter 20, article 5, subsection 20-291 of the City of Warwick Code of Ordinances, the following is the fee schedule for the use of rescue vehicles and emergency services. That line is followed by subline 1, mileage, $34.51. Subline 2, basic life support emergency, $1,352. Subline 3, advanced life support level 1, $2,197. Subline 4, advanced life support level 2, $3,323. That will be subsection A. Subsection B, largely the same with the addition of the following. I would say if you're looking at your draft, probably an addition at line 26 and an additional suggested language after line 28. So I'll read that into the record, Chairman. Sub A suggested language should read, restricted receipts account. The city finance director shall allocate funds received by the city for emergency services from the city's general fund to a restricted receipts account established for the purpose of acquiring fire equipment and apparatus. The finance director shall allocate 30% of the total revenue generated by emergency services per fiscal year, or $1 million, whichever is greater, to said restricted receipts account. The balance of the account shall not exceed the amount of $5 million. The funds maintained in the restricted receipt account shall be used solely for the purchase of fire equipment and apparatus. So that's the new paragraph B, and I'm happy to repeat that if the committee or the council has questions. Finally, under paragraph B, we're going to have one last subsection. It'll likely be, I think, Roman numeral lowercase 1. Any and all purchases made with the funds of said restricted receipt account shall be done in accordance with applicable laws of the state of Rhode Island and the purchasing requirements as provided for in the City of Warwick Code of Ordinances and Regulations. And then you have your section 2, which will remain. This ordinance shall take effect immediately upon its passage. And just for the committee's edification, I have sent a draft of the sub A language to Attorney Walsh. So he does have this language. So in case anybody had questions about that, is there anything that anybody wanted me to repeat before you proceed to discussion and a vote? Okay, great. I'm seeing a shaken head and a no, we're good. Okay, please feel free to tap me back in where you need my assistance.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the time. So as you see, the purpose of this is to set up a restricted account to address the fallback of what we have. And I want to give you guys some interest, but also I would like to invite Peter, I can't see his name, I apologize, the finance director for the city. I know the council president and I had a discussion with him, and we wanted to include everyone. And I want to make that clear. We wanted to include all the council. I'd like all the input. I'd like all the input from the administration as well. But I wanted to make clear on something that, let me just give you an example of what we have. And I believe I shared this with the council. We have 4 rescues on frontline service. Of those 4 rescues, the oldest is 8 years old, and we have 2 that are 5 years old. Give you an example of how much runs and how much wear and tear we get on these rescues that are revenue generating. We have a 2015 Rescue 1 is a 2015 iNation vehicle. It's 5 years old. It's got 188,603 miles. That is an average of 37,720 miles per year. The average citizen does about, I believe it's 12 to 17,000 miles per year. This vehicle is more than double that. Understanding all the idling time as well. We have Rescue 2 is a 2012, that's an 8-year-old rescue. It's got 207,366 miles, and it's 25 average per year miles is 25,920. Rescue 3, otherwise formerly Rescue 14, is also an iNation 2015, also another 5-year-old rescue, 149,247. That is 29,849 miles average per year that it runs. This is just an example. We have a Engine 5, which is a non-rescue, is 21 years old with 191,000 miles. Engine 8 is a 1999 22-year-old vehicle with low miles, but again, an older vehicle that was purchased to fill in the gaps that we have. As of right now, the fire department has 6 frontline vehicles that are past due to be replaced. This is the purpose of this legislation. It is to set up this restricted account so that we can fund it without taking a large chunk out of the city and carry it over. I do want to make something clear. It is my intent to have discussion, to welcome the input from my colleagues, welcome the input. I see that Mr. Schaefer's here. I asked him or he requested, and I am so grateful he did, to speak to us on this. And I look forward to hearing what everyone has to say, but I do intend on holding this so that we can get everything further into and solid and then have a straight up or down vote. Mr. Schaefer, if there are no issues from my committee, Lynn, did you have
I have a quick question. I'm sorry. I
Yep.
just noticed that too. If you're going to hold it, this would be directed at probably at Attorney Walsh or Attorney Pecchia. If we're gonna amend it first and then hold. So if you amend it, you got to vote to amend, then as
Okay.
amended, then to hold, if I'm correct.
The committee hasn't, put forth where they're going to go, but that is an option that is at their avail in order to bring the sub-A language that Attorney Pecchia had read into the record. The chairman could have a motion to bring that forward at the appropriate time. to move it favorable with an amendment, but acknowledging to the council peers that the intent or the request is to hold the item after it has been amended, and therefore the public and everyone else would have the opportunity to digest the amended language. We've done this a few times in the past on a couple different items.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. I wasn't aware of that. Thank you so much, Mr. Braska. So if the members of my committee don't mind, I'd like to invite, I lost him, there he is, Mr. Schaefer, to bring some comments up on pertaining to this ordinance. Mr. Schaefer, you're muted. Mr. Schaefer, you're muted. Can someone, Mr. Schaefer, you're muted.
I did ask Mr. Schaefer to unmute.
Okay, thank you.
I'm on now, I'm sorry.
That's
I'm all with Councilman Howe's long-term objective of improving the capital equipment of the fire department. And just as a matter of principle of public finance, I would prefer to go through the appropriation process. And that's the case that I made to him and the mayor in a meeting a couple of days ago. And Councilman Travis may remember back from the dark ages, we had at least one rescue in every budget, and sometimes paid strictly from appropriations, often a combination of lease purchase financing. I believe you could even get to your objective sooner by including a package, partly appropriation, partly lease purchase financing for rescue vehicles and fire equipment. And just as a matter of principles of public finance, really the audit firms, the rating agencies don't like to see dedicated receipts. And I gave some examples to Councilman Howe, some things in the state that I saw where revenues were dedicated and they built up funds that really should have been subject to the democratic process of the whole budget approval process, the mayor making a proposal in the budget, the council approving, and going on. Now, you can get there either way. I understand that. I prefer the collective budget process to approve equipment purchases, and I approve a more expanded capital budget program for other parts of the city, whether it's public works vehicles or parks and recreation vehicles. So that's my position on it. I'm not saying this doesn't work, but I'm saying a preference from my point of view is to go through the appropriation process.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. If you don't mind sticking around, I see that I have one of the committee members with his hand up. Councilman Foley.
Thank you. My question is, you mentioned the bond rating. So is it your opinion that by doing it this way, it would have an adverse effect on our bond rating?
I don't think it's material enough to affect that. All I can say is that, when Moody's or Standard & Poor's goes, they want to look at the full faith and obligation of a city having all resources available to pay their debts, pay their bills. And this is one little takeaway from having full resources available to the city. But I don't think it's material enough to affect the bond rating. I'm not going to try to make that argument to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I see that Councilman Ricks has his hand up the appropriate Zoom way. Councilman Rick.
Thank you. Couple of questions or comments, I suppose. First, I hear the finance director on how it may be preferable from a ratings point of view to not have the funds locked up in a restricted funds account. And I'm also thinking short-term objectives and long-term objectives. Obviously, the city of Warwick is going to be around for a little while. We're going to need to have up-to-date and functional fire equipment for that entire period of time, whether it's next year, the year after that, or 100 years from now. And so as I'm going through both the short-term and the long-term objectives, I think that I would tend to agree with the finance director. However, in hearing that we have a half dozen pieces of equipment that are on the front lines right now and are past their useful life expectancy, I would suggest that perhaps the restricted fund account, while it would be helpful for some of those long-term objectives to make sure that it's being budgeted for, I don't think that that would really have much of an impact on the short-term issue. And for that, I don't know the precise state of all of the equipment, how many years we could reasonably squeeze out of each vehicle, how much financial sense it all makes. But if the solution ends up being that we need to get 2 vehicles this year, 2 vehicles next year, or 3 vehicles this year, 3 vehicles next year, and if that's what makes the most financial sense, then I think the city has to find a way to do it, to look out for its long-term financial interests as well. I'm not here to say that that is or isn't the solution. Obviously, we're going to need to get to some new vehicles at some point, or otherwise look into those different options of the leasing or buying other vehicles at discounts. I know that we've done some of that in the past, but obviously we're not going to get 10 years out of a used vehicle either. So I think that we have other methods that might be more effective in addressing the short-term issues. And I'm not certain if the restricted funds account would necessarily be the best solution for the long term either. I suppose that my concern mostly in that regard is to make sure that all departments, public safety especially, are being treated evenly, because I know that there have also been some concerns brought up in recent years about the state of the police department fleet. So if we were to take this approach with our capital equipment for the fire department, then certainly I think that we should be looking to go in the same direction with the police department. And then the DPW also has its own large fleet, but I suppose where I'm going with that is that if we were to keep going down that road, then that would be an awful lot of restricted accounts, and that would tend to potentially create some of those problems with the bond rating if we were to do it multiple times, or otherwise it would be restrictive on our flexibility in putting the money where it happens to be needed the most in a particular year come budget time. So I'm a bit hesitant about the approach on the restricted account, but I'm absolutely in favor of making sure that we have the equipment that we need on these front lines. And we absolutely need to make sure that first and foremost, regardless of the cost, the equipment, it has to work. And second, being mindful of the cost, we have to take that approach of planning ahead and making sure that these repairs and all of these other measures that we have to take because the equipment is older, that we're not being penny wise and pound foolish when keeping ancient vehicles on the road. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman. And I see Councilman Lasser, if you can give me 1 second, I just wanted to thank you, sir. I just wanted to say, Councilman Ricks, I agree with you. What I did is I looked at all the departments, and I hate saying it like this, but we had to kind of rank, if you will. DPW vehicles are definitely need to be replaced. Police need to be replaced. All department heads, all department vehicles need to be replaced. What I did is I kind of took the easy way out, if you will. I went to the one that brings in revenue, and I said, okay, well, this is how we can generate this. What this has done is it's brought up a great discussion. I hope it puts the seeds in other people's heads. If there's a way we can create a system or work with the new administration to somehow make sure that this is happening and that this allocation of funds, I give credit to Mayor Solomon's administration, because facing with the expectation of doing something like this and then being hit with a pandemic, obviously the revenue was down. So therefore, we have to look at the fact of, you know, he went out and he got some used vehicles that were able to patch and get us through this pandemic. Now we need to look forward to modernizing. We're paving the roads. That was wear and tear on the vehicles. Now we're paving the roads. Now we need to update and I'll be willing to work with whomever steps up and wants to do it, and finding a way that we can continually update the vehicles, whether it be for police and DPW. Thank you so much. And Councilman Lattiser. You're muted, Councilman.
Sorry, thank you. I'll begin by saying that I certainly support our fleets, upgrading our fleets, replacing vehicles as necessary, and understand the need to do so. To the degree that the city has vehicles far outweighs what I have, but I experience that in the day-to-day operation of my own company. So I know that it's important to exercise preventive maintenance on these vehicles, sometimes to replace vehicles, and oftentimes have to continue to do repairs because you simply can't afford to buy a new vehicle when you either want to or just feel the need to do so. But I have significant concern with this particular piece of legislation because I think what's being attempted here is very dangerous in the sense that it's setting up a precedence for attempting to control revenues of certain departments or certain line items to fund a specific purpose, such as the vehicles. I think it is setting up a precedence that I would, if I were director of DPW or the water authority or whoever, to request a restricted receipts account for my department. I concur with the analysis of the income revenue generating machine of the rescues, and everyone here that's been here since I've been here knows I support the revenue generating machines, whether it be a rescue truck, whether it be a revenue generating position amongst the city. But to establish a restricted receipts account for a specific department, I think that's setting up a precedence that is not in the best interest of the taxpayers. I would also question who is going to control that restricted receipts account, when monies would be spent out of that account. Would that have to come before the city council for approval? I don't know if that is a requirement of the charter or if that is in this legislation itself. I don't see it in this legislation.
It is, it's in the amendment, and I do understand that it wasn't written in the original. It is in there that it is required to go before the mayor and then recommended by the chief to the council.
Okay. But I still have significant concerns with this. And I would also reflect back on, and I'm not sure who was on the council back then or not. I think it may only be Councilwoman Travis. It was in my first or second term when I attempted to establish a restricted receipts account. And to be truthful with you, I don't remember what that restricted receipts account was for. I did attempt to do it, excuse me. And in that meeting, I was instructed by, at the time, Council Solicitor John Harrington, that based upon city charter, you could not do it. You could not establish a restricted receipts account. And I did very recently reflect back on that. And I would direct the attorneys, including attorneys on the council, as well as in our council staff, to line 5-26, where it speaks to fees, property of city. So back then, I was informed that it was against city charter to establish a restricted receipts account, and it simply didn't go any further. But what are we going to do? Are we going to set up restricted receipts accounts every time we have a problem controlling money? Are we going to set up restricted receipts accounts every time we have monies being spent on other things that could be spent on, in this case, vehicles or equipment for the fire department or the sanitation department? Maybe we want to consider setting up restricted receipts accounts for every department in the city, and let every department in the city be responsible for their own account. I think that this is, while I agree with the big picture item on this, Chairman Howe, while I agree with the long-term vision, I agree we need to have a plan in place. Perhaps it's a 5-year plan, an 8-year plan, or whatever, that time frame is. I agree we need to do that. I agree we need to figure out as a city, between the administration and the city council, how we can afford to do it. First and foremost, how we're going to afford to do it, how we're going to pay to do it, and come up with a plan to do so. In my world, we call it our budget. And if I know that I need to start replacing equipment, whether it be for my crews or whether it be a vehicle or whatever, you know what? We have to plan for that. We have to budget for that. And I don't think that it should be approached through a restricted receipts account. I would certainly be willing to work with anyone to come up with a long-range plan on replacing these vehicles on an as-needed basis. I would also like to have the expertise of people, whether it be in our own city. I'm sure we have the mechanics and the skilled personnel to also review or come up with or redesign our day-to-day maintenance plan. I have in my little operation here with 7 or 8 vehicles, whatever we got, my production manager is required to turn in a report every week about each vehicle, tire pressure, oil pressure, the antifreeze, the condition of the vehicle, when the last time we did brakes, when the last time we changed oil, on a weekly basis. And yeah, we mess up with that. And, sometimes somebody gets lax and doesn't do it. But to go with a restricted receipts account for whether it be police or fire or DPW or anyone else, I don't think that's the way to do it. And I don't think it's being financially or fiscally responsible to the taxpayers. Coming up with a really good, solid plan, something that everyone from the administration to each and every one of us on the city council are committed to, that are committed to fund and appropriate through the budget process. Absolutely agree with that. So for those reasons, Mr. Chairman, I certainly am going to have a difficult time. I know that you're going to hold this evening, but just to put it out there on the record for everyone, including members of the public who may be listening, for those reasons, I'm going to have a very difficult time, if at all, being able to support a restricted receipts account. I think we can accomplish your goal, which is prudent and fiscally responsible, but I think we need to figure out a better business plan to do it. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman.
No, thank you, Councilman, and that's what I wanted. I wanted to have a full discussion, hear everyone's words, and as I said, we're holding it because we're going back to the mayor's office and with the council president, and I want input. Councilman Sinapi.
So I'm looking forward to when this comes before us for a vote. I think it's desperately in need. Those of you in the meeting and those watching are well aware that Warwick has an endemic problem in its government and in the school committee, where the kick the can mentality, where we have buildings that are well past their prime and in dire need of being fixed. And only now all of them are being fixed at once because the new school committee finally decided, wow, the can shouldn't be kicked anymore. We should get it done. And the problem is, as the best of intentions as individual council members might have here, even if it's all of us, to fix all the fire apparatus or what we can in our time when we're on the council, it doesn't mean the next council is going to, or the next one, or the next one, the next one, which is how we get the kick the can problems. So if we can put something into place that prevents future councils and future mayors from kicking the can, or at least makes it as difficult as possible, I'm all for it, because the point of government isn't just to fix the now, it's to make sure long-term stays fixed and it gets better. Not that we just settle for what we got. So I'm all for it. And I also think it lowers down on political interference. It's much harder for either the council or the mayor to kind of jerk around a department for any political reasons if it's a restricted account. So I'm looking forward to this.
Thank you, Councilman. I do want to say to my colleagues, I realize some people want to make comments and I do welcome them. I just understand we're going to hold this, and I do want to put forward the amendment, open it up for discussion, but we are going to hold this. So if it's something you feel you want to discuss now, that's fine. But if you think it can wait until further meeting, so is there any other comments from the council? Any other comments from the council? And are there, if I stand correct, before I make the motion for the amendment, I ask for the questions around the committee and the council and the public again, correct? Thank you. All right. Are there any comments from
Mr.
the
Chair.
public? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Chris.
I was about to say, I do see one hand raised from the
Oh,
public.
okay. All right. Thank you.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Happy New Year to everybody. My name is Rob Cody. I have a couple of comments. So I agree that we have apparatus that is aging and that needs to be replaced, because clearly the residents will be served in a great capacity if we have equipment that's top of the line. The problem is that the community can only afford so much. And we're at a point now, particularly with the fiscal ramifications of this pandemic, that the community can no longer afford anymore. So we have a situation, I'll give you an example. You know, this is a problem of spending. We'd like to have the best of everything, but we only have a certain pool of money and resources to be able to purchase the best of everything. So we have to cut back in other areas to be able to do that. Let me give you a couple of examples. I think it was maybe a year ago, maybe 16 months ago, the city got a grant and we purchased a heavy rescue that was, if I'm within the ballpark, I think it was $760,000. That purchase was totally ridiculous to make, because we could have bought 3 advanced life support rescues for the same amount of money that we paid for that one piece of equipment that in a municipality like Warwick, it's completely unnecessary.
Mr. Cody, if I may interrupt for a moment, that was done with a grant. The city's contribution was $70,000.
I understand that, but that grant also could have been written to specify that to purchase get the same amount of money to purchase more vehicles that, by the way, are revenue generating vehicles. Those types of vehicles, you're only seeing those types of vehicles in places like New York City, Chicago, areas where you have huge high-rise buildings. That's the application for that vehicle. You don't see those anywhere else. And, you know, and my point being is, when you have the department on Sandy Lane that has one of the oldest rescues, and Sandy Lane has the longest rescue run, which is all the way to the end of Warwick Neck Avenue, We could have purchased 3 advanced life support rescues for the purchase of that one vehicle. So I don't know where the forethought was to bring in that vehicle when we could have had 3 for the price of 1, all of which are revenue generating. So that was an ultimate failure of fiscal responsibility, in my opinion. Secondly, we continuously want to feed this department, and I understand there are certain things that are priorities that we have to feed to be able to keep the department running. But we have to look at this department that quite frankly, every year at every budget hearing, they get slapped on the wrist because they blow through every line item that their extremely generous budget is given to them by the taxpayers. The taxpayers are tapped out, Mr. Howe and the rest of the council. We're tapped out. You've got residents that have been out of work for 9 months and then are starving to death. You're going to make another purchase or allocate more monies to be able to make these purchases where nobody's looking at where the money's coming from. The money is coming from people that have been injured in their ability to go to work and to make revenue. Right? So, I mean, at one point, government has to say, hey, this budget gets bigger and bigger and bigger every year. The city's not getting bigger and bigger. We're not getting more and more roads, right? I mean, we have to look back and say, we need to make some cuts, all right? And where do the cuts come from? I'm sorry to say, but you have to go interdepartmental for these cuts. We have situations where we have exorbitant amounts of overtime. No matter what budget that we allocate to this department, they blow through the overtime like there's no tomorrow. And there's no reining in on these. We have the best benefits. We have the best healthcare. We have the longevity, 24 days of vacation.
Mr. Cody, that has nothing, what this does is we are using the money from rescue revenue. So it has nothing to do with contracts, has nothing to do with sick time. It's the revenue that we get from rescue runs being allocated to keep our equipment and apparatuses up to date.
Well, what happens when that revenue falls short? And here's a perfect point that you just made, Mr. Howe. If that revenue is going to be generated from rescue runs, wouldn't the city and the taxpayers have been better served to have 3 advanced life support rescues than that one behemoth rescue? I mean, that's a common sense issue. From a business point of view, you'd rather have 3 pieces of equipment rolling, making money than 1 piece of equipment. And that advanced life, I'm sorry, that heavy rescue, that's not used anywhere near the capacity as these income generating rescues. So, I mean, if we want to really start to look at this at one point or another, you're going to have to say, if we want to update our fleet, that money's going to come from other places other than the revenue generating rescues. It's going to have to come from that. I mean, you're looking at trucks that are $700,000 a piece, $580,000 a piece. We've had extensive conversations about that, and we'd love to have them. But to suggest that we're just going to be able to make these purchases based on the revenue that's generated from rescue runs, I mean, that's a fantasy. We're not going to be able to do that. So what we really need to do is you need to come to the general public and you have to say, hey, you know what? Here's the amount of pieces of equipment that we have that are antiquated. This is the exact amount of money that it's going to cost to replace these pieces of equipment. We want to do that over this period of time. And to do so, we're going to need X amount of dollars per year, X amount of dollars per month. And how is that going to impact us on the budget? And how is that going to impact the tax rate? Because the fact of the matter is the revenue that we receive from the rescue runs is just not going to do it. So, I mean, I think you have a point. You're at the precipice now when it comes to spending money, burdening the taxpayer, and rebuilding our equipment to be able to take care of the taxpayers. And we have to be more realistic and say, at the end of the day, what is it going to cost the resident to be able to do this? And can we afford that? Because we would like to have everything, but the community can only afford so much. And when you look around at the impact, the devastation that families and mothers and fathers and grandparents and people have seen because of the pandemic, not to mention the fact that, we're not in the best financial shape, we need to take a hard look. And I think what you need to do, Mr. Howe, and the rest of the Honorable Council, is I think what's been missing in this mathematical equation is you need to break this down so it's palatable to the average taxpayer, so they can look back and say, okay, if we get this new rescue, if we replace engine 13, which I think should be replaced, I think it should be replaced, how much is it going to cost us? And when we have been in a situation where we've been cutting social services for years and years and years, how are we going to put this whole thing together and sell it to the taxpayers who ultimately have to pay the bill? So I hope that the council really thinks about this, because at the end of the day, there is a finite amount of money that will be able to be injected into the city budget to be able to run the city. And this year, we're going to have problems. I mean, just to give you an example, not to be off topic, but the tax bills went out today for the cars, right? For the automobile taxes. I received multiple phone calls, people asking me, hey, when are we going to pay it? And
Mr. Cody,
my point
stick-
is that they're concerned with revenue. They're concerned with the safety of the city and the concern with our expenditures. So I beg the council, and I think that you should listen to Councilman Lattisaw. He's a businessman and he's well versed in what it takes to run fleets and to do maintenance. And he's been doing this for a long time. So I think the council should utilize his experience and his wisdom and think really hard on an academic way that we can solve this problem, and then we can present it to the general public so it's palatable. We can have some feedback and hopefully move forward. And I thank all the members of the council for your time. I hope you remain safe, and I hope you have a prosperous new year. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to just reiterate, and we're all set, but I just want to reiterate, it's $1 million a year. The chief has a plan to allocate money for certain vehicles. It's a ladder. So we purchase certain vehicles, the following year. It's $1 million allocation. 66% of that $1 million will come from out of city rescue runs, which means it's being financed from out of city. And 34% will be financed from insurance. With that said, may I have a motion to hold?
We need to amend first.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. Motion to, may I have a motion to amend? As read.
To amend.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Now I move to as amended.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you can make one formal motion that technically it has to be favorable action, but you can add the hold to the end of it. So if it is your intention, you can someone could make a motion favorable action as amended with the intention to hold to, and then whatever date you're looking to have it put to.
And I would, February 1st. So if I could have that amendment, please. Or that motion, I apologize, that motion.
Motion to move favorable with the intent to hold until February 1st.
As amended. Motion made. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Was everything done legally and good before we vote?
You may proceed.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you all very much. And I want to reiterate, thank you so much for the discussion. That's what I wanted. Item number 4, PCR 195-19, resolution creating a commission to study the health insurance benefits. Councilman Sinapi?
Hold until February 22nd.
Thank you, sir. Motion to hold till February 22nd. May I have a second? Seconded by one. Is there all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. PCR 29-20. A resolution memorializing the General Assembly to enact legislation authorizing the City of Warwick to issue not to exceed $10 million general obligation bond notes and other evidences of indebtedness to finance the construction, renovation, improvement, altercation, repair, furnishing, and equipment of the athletic and/or recreation fields and facilities for the city high schools, subject to approve of state house aid and a reimbursement rate of state share ratios of no less than 35% at the time of issuance, and provided that the authorization shall be reduced by the amount. Oh, hold on. Who was the person that, for some reason, I'm having a lot of trouble with this print right now.
It was me. You ruined the joke. I was going to make you repeat it.
Please don't. I couldn't even finish it. Go ahead.
Can we hold till February 22nd, please?
I plead with you. Motion to hold till February 22nd.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you all very much. The time is now 6:57 and Finance Committee is closed.
Chairman, I think there are,
You have another page. Oops. Sorry, Kyla.
no, you were saying the same exact thing I was, Lynn. I thought I was losing it. There's 4 more items, I think. 7 through 10, is that what you have, Lynn?
I certainly do. You have a very bad printer, Councilman Howe.
And I think it's 6
No,
through.
I have 6 through 10. You're absolutely right. No, it's not the printer. It's the councilman. I have it right here. It was stuck to another paper.
Chairman Howe?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. If it's okay with the committee, I would like to pause the Finance Committee here. I'd like to call the meeting at 7 o'clock. We have 2 minutes to call the meeting to order. I'd like to do the Pledge of Allegiance, the general communications, and we also have the superintendent and his team coming to present us. I'd like to do those things, and we would go back into committees to finish that if that is all right with the Ordinance Committee.
Certainly fine with us.
And Finance Committee, we have no objections, Mr. President. So that's fine. So as of the time 6:58,
We're going to pause.
we will pause the Finance Committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And then we will take a 2-minute break here, and at 7 o'clock, we will call the regular council meeting to order. Then we will go, I will step through what we're going to do. And then after we finish a couple of things, we'll go back into committees. Thank you. the council members ready?
Good to go, Mr. President.
All right, it's off now.
All right, I think we've got everyone. Councilman Lattiser.
I'm here.
All right. Okay. I will call the city council meeting for January 20th. I'm going to read, this is a virtual meeting. You can join us on Zoom tonight, or you could call in. The information I'm about to read off is going to be available on our city council website as well. So if you go on the city of Warwick's website to the city council page, this information is available on there. Just click on the agenda for the January 20th meeting. All that I'm about to read will be available on that. Just so everyone knows what's going on right now, we were still in the Finance Committee meeting. We are pausing the Finance Committee meeting. We are going to call the meeting to order. We are going to do a few things at first here. Then we will go back into committees, but we will let everybody know each step of the way that we're going to do. If you would like to join us tonight, again, this information is available on our website at the Warwick website on the City Council page. You may access or participate in the meeting using the Zoom application on a smart device or a PC via the web at zoom.us and clicking on Join a Meeting in the upper right of the page. The webinar ID number is 978-8786-9794. Anyone wanting to participate via telephone only, you may call one of the following numbers. Non-toll-free numbers. While most mobile phone carriers do not place an extra charge on customers for toll calls, it is up to you to check with your carrier concerning the potential charges you may be responsible for. I'm going to give a number of numbers that you can call in on. Again, these numbers are also available on our website. But the first number is 1-646-558-8656. You can also call 1-301-715-8592. You could also call 1-312-626-6799. You could call 1-669-900-9128. You can call 1-253-215-8782. And you can also call 1-346-248-7799. Again, these numbers are all on our website. You can also dial toll-free numbers at 1-877-853-5247 or 1-888-788-0099 or 1-833-548-0276 or 1-833-548-0282. Please note, if you're experiencing trouble connecting via a toll-free number, please try the next one on the list. You will then need to punch in the webinar ID number, which is 978-8786-9794 on your touchtone keypad. While everyone joining the meeting will be muted, if at the appropriate time during the proceedings you wish to ask a question, you may. If using a smartphone or PC, click on the raise your hand icon. The meeting moderator will then ask for the participant having raised their hand to be unmuted. After the question, answer, and any further discussion, the participant will be muted again, and we will need to click on the raise the hand icon or punch in *9 to ask another question. If you are phoning in, punch in *9 on the touchtone keypad. The moderator will indicate when it is your turn to comment/ask a question. All right, again, all that information is on our website. I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mr. McAllister,
Here.
Mr. Foley,
Here.
Mr. Gephardt,
Here.
Mr. Howe,
Here.
Mr. Lattiser,
Here.
Mr. McElroy,
Yeah.
Mr. Ricks,
Here.
Mr. Sinapi,
Here.
Miss Travis.
Here.
9 present.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. This evening, we are going to do the salute to the flag, and we have a very special guest who's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance here. And I would like the President Pro Tem, Councilwoman Donna Travis, to introduce the young woman who is going to lead us tonight in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my youngest granddaughter, Ava Bajakian. She's a 5th grader at Oakland Beach School, and she's going to be 11 next week.
Thank you very much. And if everyone could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, go. Wow.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Very much. And great job, Ava, and happy birthday. And I'm sure your grandmother will be spoiling you just like she does every year. So thank you very much for joining us.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Next up on the committee is executive communications. There are none. We're going to move on to general communications. I would just like to congratulate President Biden and Vice President Harris on their inauguration today. I'm sure that they are watching us from the White House tonight to see what's going on in Warwick, Rhode Island. I thought it was a very nice inauguration event. I want to thank everybody who helped plan and execute this event. It was a very meaningful event for our country, and it was conducted in a great and safe way. So congratulations to everyone involved. Are there other members of the council that have some general communications? Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank you for allowing me to make this one. I want to congratulate and welcome the newest members of the Warwick Police Department. I want to, on behalf of the council, I want to wish them the absolute best, a safe career, a healthy career, and thank you for looking out for our city. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Gephardt.
I just had a quick one. I thought it was worth mentioning this new COVID-19 rapid testing center that is opening. It opened today, I suppose, Wednesday. So it's at the Shops on Greenwood, and it is free, and it is a rapid testing center. So please make use of that.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other general communications? Okay, if not, I'm going to move on to the acceptance of the minutes. There are none. So we're going to move to public comment. This is Rule 41. After the general communications and prior to the consent calendar at each City Council public hearing meeting, there should be a 15-minute period during which citizens may comment about Warwick City government issues subject to the following stipulations. The total period of time for the public comment shall be 15 minutes. Comments need to be brief in order to allow as many citizens as possible to participate. The topics for the comment shall be issues directly affecting city government. City council members will not respond to questions during the public comment period. The public comment session will terminate at the expiration of 15 minutes. Waiver of this provision requires unanimous consent. Chris, do we have any members of the public that would like to speak?
I do see one member, Mr. President.
Okay, can you unmute that individual, please?
Yes, sir.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Please identify yourself for the record.
Rob Cody, Ward 7. Thank you
Good
for the
evening, Mr. Cody.
opportunity to speak to the council, and to the new members of the council, congratulations. And especially to the new members of the council that have not heard me come before the council. Let me first tell you what I'm not going to speak about tonight. I'm not going to speak about our $450 million worth of unfunded healthcare obligations that have not one penny in the account. I'm not going to speak about our total of $880 million of unfunded liabilities between our pension plan and our healthcare. I'm not going to talk tonight about our decaying schools and our inability to build a new school. I also won't talk about our roads and the condition of our roads and how they injure our vehicles. I won't talk about that. I do want to talk about a couple of things that you may think are insignificant, but they actually paint a real big picture. The first one that I'd like to speak about is that less than 2 years ago, we paid $700,000 to rebuild the clock tower at Warwick City Hall. I'm sure everybody remembers all the staging that was put up and the amount of time that it took to repair the most prestigious building and the most historical building in the city of Warwick. And yet, after $700,000, the clocks don't work and they don't tell the right time. So when anybody comes into the city of Warwick and they look up at this beautiful, historical, prestigious building, the clock to the west tells one time, the clock to the east tells another time, and the clock facing the south doesn't have a light on it. And I often wonder when people come into work at City Hall and they look up at the clock and it's 5 hours fast or 7 hours behind after $700,000, nobody says anything, right? I mean, I guess we go under the assumption that even a broken clock is right twice a day, but when you got 3 clocks on the same on the same structure and they're all telling a different time, it speaks volumes as to what's broken in the city of Warwick. Because in my opinion, what's broken on the outside of that building is indicative of what's broken on the inside of the building. And someone needs to grasp that and correct it. I had relatives that came in from out of town a couple of weeks ago and came to my house and laughed. Look at the clocks at the city hall. They all tell a different time and all of them are wrong. I'm wondering if I'm the only person that notices that. Maybe it's because I'm a construction inspector and I notice these things, but after $700,000 of repairs on the clock tower, it doesn't work. If we can't fix that, how are we going to fix the complex problems in the city, like our decaying school buildings, our antiquated roads, things of that nature? So I hope everybody thinks about that. And I hope all of you city council members make a phone call and find out who the contractor was and who fixes the clock, and get the clock fixed and get the light on the south side fixed. So when you drive by the most historical, prestigious building in the city of Warwick, we can be proud and not look up and say, oh, that's broken. So that's one thing I'd like to talk about. The next thing I'd like to talk about is McDermott Pool. As some of you that are on the council remember, during the budget hearings, I came before the council and I spoke specifically about McDermott Pool, how we hadn't laid anybody off at that time and the pool was closed, but yet the maintenance wasn't being performed. And I was berated by the former mayor over this. And subsequent to that conversation about McDermott Pool, which I've grown up with, and not only have I swam there, but I conducted my business there for 30 years. We spoke about the maintenance. And some of you will remember when I got up and I spoke about the former director of that facility, Mr. James Dorney, who under his tenure, that place was spotless 100% of the time. And then the pool started to decay. And when I questioned the maintenance, I was shut down and I was told that the maintenance is ongoing and there's no problems with McDermott Pool. And even subsequent to that budget hearing, the former mayor came publicly and stated that the pool is fine. We've done all the maintenance. It's ready to go, but we're keeping the pool closed to COVID. I knew that was not right. And I'm sure most of you knew that was not a truthful statement. Now we find out that the McDermott Pool for the last 2.5 years has been neglected, has been let go, and the senior citizens that depend on that pool for their exercise, people like myself and other athletes that depend on that pool, notwithstanding all of the youth that use that pool and all of our children from our swim teams, the Sea Otters, Warwick Vets, Bishop Henrican, all these youth athletes that have grown up in that pool and they go on to bigger and better things in college. They were all let down and they were lied to. We had an individual, the mayor of the city, who lied to them. I tried to bring this fact to everybody and I was ignored. And now you go to that pool now and look at it. It's a disgrace. But the residents of the city of Warwick were told there's nothing wrong with the pool. We've done all the maintenance. And I'll quote, "We did the maintenance that usually takes a month. We did it in 7 days." That was the quote from the mayor to the people of the residents of the city of Warwick. It's disgraceful. That pool has taken hundreds of children and launched their careers in college, including my daughters, who were star athletes that grew up in that pool. I think this council should take the situation at McDermott Pool as an ultimate priority, because if any of you have not been there or spent any time, if you went there, you'd see the senior citizens that use that depend on that for their exercise. They're compromised individuals as it is, and they need that. The children need that. That has been an important part of the residents of Warwick's lives for a long time. And I have to tell you another thing. The gentleman who's no longer with us, who is retired, Mr. James Dorney, who took care of that facility and the ice rink and left it as wonderful earmarks of the state of Rhode Island that everybody was jealous of in every community because it was kept in such a pristine condition. I think it would behoove the city of Warwick to somehow contact that individual, bring him in with his expertise, and fix that facility, because our residents need it. I need it. The kids need it. The senior citizens need it. And the city council needs to be proud of it. So please, I beg the city council, if you do nothing else, fix McDermott Pool and make the clock on the city hall read the right time. Let's start with those two simple things, and then we'll deal with the bigger issues if we can be successful at those two. Thank you all and have a good night.
Thank you very much, sir. At this time, I would like to request a motion that we suspend the council rules and that we move up and we hear items 2 and 3, which are currently under unanimous consent. This would be a PCR 8-21, a resolution authorizing bond phase 1 cash release 3 in the amount of $8,999,688, and PCR 9-21, a resolution authorizing bond phase 2 cash release 3 in the amount of $3,997,375. We have the superintendent here today. And so I would like if someone could make that motion to move these up on the agenda.
So moved.
Councilwoman Travis, and I heard Councilman Sinapi second it.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, so at this time, we will now hear PCR 8-21, a resolution authorizing bond phase 1 cash release 3 in the amount of $8,999,688. Thank you, Dr. Thornton, for joining us this evening.
Council President, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it's a little botchy, but I can hear you.
I'm actually going to turn off my video. Is that any better, Councilman?
Yes, that is better.
Okay, so thank you for having us this evening. We're excited to be here. As you know, we've come the past couple of years to talk about the work we're doing on the 2 bonds we have now. And we have made great progress over the last couple of years, be it a fire alarm, be it roofs, be it ADA upgrades, playgrounds. So it's really exciting to be here again to show you our thinking for the next round. And as you know, we have 2 pieces to consider. My team tonight, Tony Ferrucci, now semi-retired, but now is in charge. He's the building committee chair. He's retired from his other job being the finance person. So he's our lead tonight. Also on the call tonight, Steve Gottberger with us, and also Chair Judy Cobden. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Ferrucci to take you through the 2 pieces this evening. Mr. Ferrucci.
Thank you, Dr. Thornton. Mr. President, members of the council, community, good evening. I'm excited to be before you this evening to talk about the request for the 3rd release of funds to continue the rehab projects that have been underway for the last 2 years. This is the $40 million bond that the voters approved in November 2018. The City Council has before them an extensive document highlighting the different types of projects we're anticipating doing in the summer of 2021 and going through the following spring of 2022. In that document, there's explicit details of the types of projects that we are taking on. What I'd like to do is just quickly summarize. For the $40 million worth of bonds, there were 101 different projects that have been articulated that were going to be underway. In the first 2 cash releases over the last 2 years, we had requested and received $16 million in support from the community, which we greatly appreciate. And those fundings provided for 47 completed projects of the 101 projects that were anticipated. And as Dr. Thornton had mentioned, what it covers is all of the fire alarm systems are now brand new in our buildings, except 2 that are under construction, so they'll be completed within a month. We've got ADA, we've got playgrounds that have opened on our sites. We've got roofs that completed, 7 roofs, and we haven't touched the mechanicals. The request this evening is $8,999,000. It's projected that we're going to accomplish 35 projects beginning July 1st through the following spring. Once we've completed those projects, there'll only be 9 projects remaining, and we will have drawn down $25 million. That would leave $15 million for the following 2 years. We only have 9 projects left that we'd be coming back to you over the next 2 years. The predominance of that funding, however, is for 2 specific projects. One project is going to be the Windman Heating and HVAC system. It's going to be a system similar to VETS, and that's budgeted at $8.3 million. And then there's Tollgate High School maintenance on the HVAC system as well for another $2 million. So of the $15 million remaining, $10.7 million is targeted for 2 projects. I can't thank the building committee, Mr. Gothberg, the support of the school committee, the support of the superintendent, our architect. They've done a phenomenal job in keeping all these projects on task, on time, and on budget. We have been reporting out on the website, and we're going to continue to do that. In fact, I'd like to announce this evening that we're enhancing the website. With the phase 2 bond that was recently approved by the voters and the discussion of a high school, we're going to have extensive amount of information going out to the community. We're about 2 weeks away from a release date on that. And when the website is complete, I will be forwarding a copy of the link to all the city council members. I encourage you to take a look at it and feel free to contact me with any questions. So this evening, we're asking for $8.9 million to support 35 projects that the city council has the breakdown of the detail that's color-coded with regards to the projects that we're going to accomplish, and also the design of the HVAC system for Windman, because we anticipate going out to bid for that system in early 2022. I'm happy to answer any questions, and we appreciate your support and time this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know that I appreciate and when I meet with the schools, especially the PTOs, I always mention the website that you have there, the updated information. Obviously, if you go to Greenwood, you look at what projects are going in for Greenwood. If you're at Robinson, you look at Robinson. I think that's very helpful for the public that we can track this. These are bonds that were voted on by, they were sponsored by the entire city council. They were voted on by the residents of Warwick that wanted to support these projects. I think you're being very straightforward and laying out exactly where the funds are going, and people are starting to see the results. So I appreciate that. I'm very pleased that you're continuing to update the website, especially as we move forward with additional bonds and stuff like that. So I appreciate that. So I'd like to open this up to members of the council with any questions. Councilman Lattiser's had his hand raised on the thing the longest, so Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Before I make my comments, Mr. President, I'd just like to point out that I received a text a little while ago where at least one member of the public tried to get recognized to comment on the restricted receipts account bill, and for whatever reason was not recognized or acknowledged. I don't know, where things went amiss, but I just wanted to point that out. At another meeting too, I had a person reach out after the meeting was over and also say the same thing. So I'm not quite sure if something's being not done just correctly, but at least this evening, someone didn't have an opportunity to speak that had attempted to do so. Thank you on that, Mr. President. So, Mr. Ferrucci, on this item, it's on line 29. It says recommended cash release number 3, 7.3 million, dock green areas project to be completed summer of 21. I don't know if I've missed it in a email somewheres or something, but I don't have anything in my binder that shows me or talks to me about dock green areas. Was there something provided to us, or was something supposed to be provided to us that wasn't sent over?
The full document actually has a 4-page report, Mr. Lattiser, that has a color coding by school building what each of those projects are. The document I sent over had those documents. I don't know why you did not receive it, but I'd be happy to forward you a copy directly so you can see the breakout of the applicability of the projects we're anticipating by school.
Madam Clerk, did you receive?
I did not receive anything. I don't know where it was sent. Where was that sent to?
I've initially forwarded to Councilman McAllister.
Okay, nope. Then I did not have it, Councilman Lattiser.
And that's why it didn't get put in our binder?
Well, if I don't have anything,
Right.
I can't put it in there, sorry.
No, I understand, which is, I'm just actually looking at this a little deeper right now. Council President, do you have those documents that Mr. Ferrucci is referring to?
I'll have to look. We wanted to make sure we had time. They came to us after the binders were put together, that they needed to get this on the agenda for this meeting because we want to make sure that these projects can get started in the summertime when they're a target to get through. So I don't have the information in front of me right now. I can look for it on there, but it was a breakdown of, I do remember seeing that because I went to look to see what, schools in Ward 7 were looking for. But I was not aware that wasn't sent,
Yeah, so, I don't know what it is that, we're either gonna approve or disapprove for $7.3 million because there's nothing here to identify what these projects are individually, or what their costs are individually, et cetera. And the same thing with 1.7 million on item 38, purple areas. There's nothing to tell us what it is we're voting for.
I apologize, Mr. Lattiser. I thought I had gone up the right chain, and I know that the bond counsel even had a copy of the document in preparation of the resolution that you have before you this evening. So I assumed that it had gone out to the right hand so that it would be properly distributed. Like I said, I'd be more than happy to send everybody a copy of the report this evening before I walk out of here. So it's ready. I can just forward you a copies. I can forward to everybody right now if you'd like. Take a moment.
Well, I think that would be appropriate. I don't know about my colleagues, but I'd like to see what it is that I'm going to either say yay or nay to for $7.3 million and $1.7 million. So, I think it's appropriate that those documents be forwarded to us because we don't have them. They're not unless any of my colleagues have them. I don't have them. I'm not ready to vote on $7.3 million of what I don't know what I'm getting for my money. I don't know what the taxpayers are getting for their money. So I have no problem sitting here for a while that gets forwarded to us, and we have a certain 15-minute break to review them so that we can make an intelligent, informed decision on $9 million.
Mr. Ferrucci, correct me if I'm wrong, is it the document titled 9 million adopted bond phase 1 cash release 3 2021 through 2022 dated 12/08/20 in the document's name?
That's correct.
All right, one moment.
While you're doing that, Councilman, you might as well send us the one for the purple areas too.
It's all inclusive. The whole document is color coded and tallies for you, Mr. Lattiser.
Mr. President, we would be able to have 15 minutes to go through those items and see what it is that we're voting on.
Yep, I think that's the right way. So we're going to forward this to the, you have everybody's email, or do you want to send it? I'm looking at my copy here, from December 8th, 2020, the date of it. Originally, it came into me on January 7th. That has the breakdown is what he's talking about. Yeah. So the council definitely needs to review this and look at this. It has all the breakdowns per school, the color coding that he spoke about, all the information that they need to be able to make a judgment on this. So if we could just get that to the council members, we will get that out, and let's take a 15-minute recess to review that, and then we'll call the meeting back in order. And then if we're not able to move forward on that because the council didn't have enough time, that's understandable as well. We need to have this information to make these decisions, to make sure that everyone's doing their due diligence here. So the fun of Zoom meetings and whatnot here. So we'll just take a 15-minute break here, and if we can get those these documents to the council members to have them get a chance to review the breakdown. It is an extensive breakdown of each one of the two pieces of legislation we're looking at this evening.
Mr. President, how many pages are in this document? I mean, is 15 minutes going to be enough? I just threw that out there. I don't know how many pages are in the document.
Yeah, so it's a 6-page memo, and it breaks it down very simply. It tells you, we're going to spend X amount of money on, like for example, right here, they're going to do site work paving for Greenwood, Holloman, Scott, and Sherman. Site work drainage at Park. Building envelope for Cedar Hill, Haldeman, Litbit, and Wyman. Mechanical for Greenwood, Hoxie, Norwood, Oakland Beach. Electrical for Hoxie, Norwood, Oakland Beach. Plumbing, Greenwood, and Oakland Beach. And then it breaks it down in the different things. So it's a pretty simple document to comprehend and break down. One is 6 pages and one is 7 pages, but it is a lot of numbers and whatnot. But there's a very good summary at the beginning of it. So I think we'll take a look at it, and then if we are not comfortable moving forward in that time frame, we can take that up at the time. But let's let everyone get a chance to take a look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have to take a motion to recess?
Motion to recess, 15 minutes.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. We're moving to recess for 15 minutes and we'll call the meeting back.
Ready to go, Mr. President.
Before we get started, Chris, can we make it so Tony can share his screen so other people can view the document as well?
It's Phil. Chris is
Oh,
taking a
Phil.
break. Yes, he should be able to. Is he having difficulties?
No, I didn't even know if he was capable to. I'm going to make
Oh,
him the
yeah.
offer right now.
Yeah, any panelist should be able to do a screen share.
It looks like we got Councilwoman Travis. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and Councilman Sinapi. Ready?
It starts by giving you more time. Our appointments aren't about what the clock says. They're about what
I'm ready. Sorry, double muted.
Thanks, guys. All right, so we will call the council meeting back out of recess, and we're going to ask Tony if you could share your. We all have the documents now, but if you could share your screen on the bottom there, hit share the screen, and that'll pop up for the people that are watching at home to be able to go through the documents with us as well.
Just if Council President, if we could request everyone mute their microphones.
and take you home.
Thank you.
Councilman
right.
President, is it on the screen?
Yes, looks good. Thank you.
Great. Are you ready
So
for
I
me?
think for protocol here, if we could just, if you go through the highlights here, again, we all have this document in front of us that it breaks it down, what you're looking for tonight, where the funds are going to go. Again, this is to authorize the release of funds that were voted on by the public at a previous election to go towards these repairs. This is just making sure we know exactly where they are going, but these funds have been approved by the residents of Warwick. They voted that they want to use these funds. They bonded for this specific purpose to improve our school buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the $40 million bond that the voters approved in November 2018. We have drawn down to date 2 previous requests for the summers of 2019 and 2020. And where my mouse is moving are the areas showing the cash requests from previous years. 6.1 million in our first year, 9.8 million in our second year. So to date, we've had $16 million released to the school departments, 40% of the authorized bond by the voters. In a moment, I'll show you the detail, but to summarize, we color-coded the projects that we're proposing to do for the summer of 21 going into the spring of 2022. What you'll see is $7.3 million of actual projects. The architect has designed the projects to be bid on come February and March of this current year, 2021. Those funds were provided out of the cash release too. So we're getting the funds in advance for architect design for following year projects. So we've got the bids ready to go out on the street. We just wanted assurance that we would have the funding to pay the contractors that bid on it, which is why it was so critical this evening to have this before the council tonight. So I appreciate the accommodation. Our light green chart, I'll show you in a moment, are soft costs, architect and engineering fees to be utilized for projects for the summer. And then $1.6 million worth of course are architect and engineering and design fees for projects we're anticipating on doing in the summer of 2022 into the spring of 2023. So what will happen is we'll use this $1.6 million to pay for the design of the HVAC system at Windman Middle School with a construction date of summer 2022. The 3 pockets add up to $8.9 million. That 8.9 plus our 16 was the reference point where I had mentioned at the completion of the 3 requests, we will have drawn down $25 million of the $40 million worth of authorization by the voters. The next page was the statistics that I was referring to. So first column showing the types of projects. We had 13 fire and life safety. We had 21 interior projects, asbestos abatement, playgrounds, etc. That totals up to 101 projects that we anticipated completing utilizing the $40 million. In release 1 and release 2, the projects that we have accomplished, and I have a note here, 7 playgrounds will be finished in 2021. So we've completed 40 to date. We will wrap up the 7 in the spring for a total of 47 projects completed in a 2-year window. The request for the third tonight before you, showing the 18 projects completing the interior, and I'm going to skip over the A&Es, just talk about the ADA. There's 7 ADA projects, there's 5 playground projects, there's 4 roofs, and there's 1 mechanical. That totals up to another 35 projects. Lastly, there are 9 more projects on the table, which will be taken care of in the last 2 years. That total remaining $15 million will address these 9 projects. And what I was mentioning was that within the 3 mechanicals, 2 are significant. One is Windman Middle School, which is over $8 million just for that 1 project, and Tollgate High School, which is $2.2 million. So in total, of the $15 million remaining, 2 of these 3 mechanicals accounts for $10 million of it. And that's what we'll be addressing in the next 2 years. But for this evening, we're only talking about cash release 3 and the 35 projects that will be funded, as well as the A&E designing of projects for the following summer. The chart that we're referring to, which is color-coded, is the same chart style as we have been doing for the last 2 years. No numbers have been changed in this document since its inception. The community was told how the $40 million was going to be utilized, and we're being held to that over the 5-year life. So the numbers are not changing. The only thing we're adding this evening is the colorization to let the community know what projects we plan on accomplishing. As an example, Cedar Hill. We have in the dark green, $868,971 worth of projects that will be completed between the summer of 2021 and the spring of 2022. What makes up the $868,000? Proceeding down the columns, we are doing a roof and a decking repair for the roof that equals that $800,000 request for Cedar Hill. You'll notice that there's a brown colored $150,000. Going back to the top, the 150 is within this brown box, which says we already received those monies in bond release 1, which means we took the money for the architect and engineer this current year, and they designed the roof bid that is going out to bid in February. So that's how the chart is validating and supporting what had been asked for previously from the community, what has been funded, and what's still open. So light brown means I got it last year. It's the A&E to support the design of the roof that's out to bid, which is why it was critical for this evening's discussion to say, yes, we will support this level of funding so that the bidders who are going to bid on the roofing at Cedar Hill will bid it aggressively, knowing that the funding's there. Our concern is if we don't let it be known that we have funding in the bank, they will not be as aggressive because they may or may not get the awards. We may not fund it. So they have a tendency to increase pricing when there's uncertainty. And so we want to be certain as to when we can pay our vendors, thereby reducing the costs to the community. So on the John Brown Francis building, $1.5 million worth of projects. We have ADA access. We have replacing the back doors. We have The playground is one of the playgrounds, and we have a roof going on. We have a considerable amount of work going on at Francis next summer. Greenwood, similarly to Francis, as the colors have broken down. And I will proceed on, because right now the faces from the Zoom are covering my last column, so I pardon, I can't see all of the detail, but it's Holloman. I do it slow, you can see the colorization, it works the same way. And then continuing on, the purple colors, what I'd like to point out is those are the A&E costs for the following year's projects. So as an example, under Hoxie, we have a $43,000 for soft costs that we will be designing something for Hoxie the following year. In the blue, $254,000, we're identifying the projects that we are planning on doing in the summer of 2022. So the purple supports the blue. And if we look further down, we'll be able to see that the $43,000 worth of A&E is going to cover the access doors, et cetera, that's in blue, which is scheduled for the following summer. So the architect will start designing the ADA access in September, October 2021, with a bid availability for February of 2022. And so next January, I'll be back before you asking for cash release number 4, and that's when we'll be asking for the blue colored funding. So this is page 2 of the report. And then continuing on, page 3, colorization works the same way. And then lastly, page 4. So each school is represented with each school's project that's being anticipated either this summer or next summer. And if it's next summer, then we need the architect design this year in order to build the plans to go out to bid. Again, can't emphasize it enough. $40 million is tallied. This document has been consistent since the night the school committee approved. There has been no dollar changes. We are not adjusting the budgets. Where we are reflecting how we're spending on the website, this report is broken down by cash release, and we're reporting on the success of each of those projects. And there you'll see either we went over and utilized contingency or we came under budget. But we're on time, we're on budget. I appreciate everybody's effort in getting these documents out this evening. Apologize for the snafu. And in the future, if I know who to direct them to, we'll make sure we get them to the proper folks so that they can get disseminated in a timely manner. And I got to attribute it to, it's the changeover. We had holidays, January 6th. We just had new folks joining. So pardon the turn of events, but I think we're there. It's very consistent. There's no changes from a historical perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you breaking this down. Again, for the people that have been on the council before, we're familiar with this chart, the way you've been laying it out. Again, it very clearly lays out exactly where this funding is going for. So everybody can see, they can look at their particular school that they're interested in and look at it as a whole. So happy to open up for any questions from members of the council. I can't see everybody on the council right now because we're still sharing the screen here. So let me see. There we go. Do we have any questions from the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excuse me, and I appreciate getting these documents. And I fully realize, the taxpayers had approved this bond money some time ago, but certainly it would not have been prudent, in my opinion, to vote on this, particularly with 2 new members of the city council not being privy to these spreadsheets, and for us doing our due diligence to review them again, refresh our memories for those of us that saw them several years ago, and also in determining the stability of the numbers here. Having said that, I also want to congratulate the committee for the building committee for the work that you all done on this, for the amount of time you put into this. The time is incredible. I'm well aware of it. I know in the little scale of things that I do, the time it takes to put together the smallest of bids is very time consuming. There's a lot that goes into it. There's forecast, there's anticipations. It's really laborsome. And you've certainly put in the effort for that, and you've done a good job. Mr. Ferrucci, I know that you've been working on this for a while, and the last time we had the conversation, everything was moving along very well. And from the beginning of time on this to current day, has any of your forecasts, I'm going to call these forecasts, have any of these forecasts come in over budget?
They have come in slightly over the construction budget, but they have fit within the contingencies that we had allowed for this total school. So we're within the actual allocations for total school. To miss by tens of thousands on $500,000 or $1 million projects, we had 8%. So we had $80,000 on $1 million project for contingency. We weren't exceeding the contingency. So we consider that on budget. Yes, sir.
So when you include your contingency on the overall project, bottom line is you are still on budget because the contingency was part of the budget.
That's correct. That's correct, sir.
Okay. And that's real good. You know, I know in the past, not necessarily in the school department, but I know in the past we've had issues with, you know, difficulties with budgets and over budgets, et cetera. Mr. Ferrucci, on Sherman School, I've got two schools on here, of course, that are particularly interesting to me because they're in Ward 5, which is my ward. On Sherman School, you have site work, $635,400. I know there's been a long wait for site work over there at Sherman School. And could you just tell me what is included in the site work on Sherman School?
Can answer that, Councilman, if you'd like.
I was going to say, I'm looking at, just to be clarifying,
That's,
before I turn it over to Mr. Gothberg.
That's in the second bond. That would be in the
Yes.
next one.
I just wanted to clarify
Okay.
that.
Yeah, that's the page I'm on right now. Oh, okay. All right. I'm sorry. I got it. Okay. So let me go back to the first one. In the first one, again, we're going through this quickly. Will this bring us in compliance now with all of our school buildings being fully ADA compliant now?
I would defer that to Mr. Gothberg. You can answer that question, Steve, please.
We've hit the, Councilman, we've hit the major points. I would not say it's fully compliant. We have issues with auditoriums and a few other spots, but the bathrooms, restrooms, entrances, that's what we're heading, trying to hit the major points.
And I think I recall recently, and I could be off on a number, seeing a number of some 680,000 or something that has been spent on air quality in the schools. Is that number, do I remember the number correctly, about 860?
Are you talking about purifiers, sir?
Yes. Yeah, yes.
Tony, I'll let you answer that.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. The air purifiers were an issue that was identified in August, which was after this budget was put together. It is not embedded in any of our bond projects. We received the CARE Act funding from the feds to pay for that project, and the total cost was in excess of close to almost $900,000 after
Yeah,
installation, et cetera.
886.
That was all federal CARES Act money, had nothing to do with any of our bond projects.
Okay. I think that's the questions that I have on this. Again, for my benefit, for all of our benefits, especially the new members of the council, I'm glad that everyone had an opportunity to review this. And I'm confident, Mr. Ferrucci and Steve and with the committee, that your track record will continue the way it has in the past, staying on budget with these items. And I just, again, for the benefit of the new members of the council, it's safe for us to all surmise that none of these schools we're doing any of this work on are in the foreseeable future of being closed. Is that a fair statement?
Very fair. And I appreciate you turning the floor back over to me, Mr. Ladison, for one moment. First, I want to extend an invitation to all council members. If you prefer to have one-on-one or two-on-one and want to spend some time with me, because it is such a substantial investment in our schools, please email me. I'd be more than happy to meet with you. Zoom or in person, however it works, happy to update you. Second, we have a binder that we're putting together for all school committee members, city council members, and the new mayor. It's a great synopsis of the history of what we've done going back to 2011. This has been a 10-year undertaking. This is not something that happened in short order. It has the bond phase 1, which is the $40 million, and bond phase 2 for the $56 million. We will be getting those out to you within the next week to 10 days. If you would like to bring those in and review them with me, feel free to contact me. This is something that is repetitive, so we will be back before you next January with regards to these projects. And so I want to be able to provide as much background and detail as possible for you, so we can hopefully expedite this process in the future. And I want to welcome all the new members on board as well. I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
I have a quick question.
Councilman Sinapi, then Councilman Reyes.
The HVAC work for Tollgate, will that allow us to do the full in person? Because I think that was what was holding us back, right?
With regards to the bond and the use of the HVAC system, that question is being folded into the whole high school phase 3. What I think we're anticipating at this point is once the school committee makes a decision as to the direction of where they're going with the high schools, and that's starting to ramp up now, so you'll hear more about that in the near future. We will have those funds in reserve. If it's an extensive 100 million plus investment in Tollgate, then we probably would fold these $2 million of Tollgate funding into that $100 million project. So I see that as being answered during the high school discussion later this spring.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure.
Councilman Ricks.
Thank you to the school committee, the building committee, and members of the school administration. It's been a couple of years into these bonds, at least, if my memory serves, and this has just been a tremendous job done to keep all of this within budget, to keep this all on track with the timelines. These tens of millions of dollars, it's a tremendous undertaking, and to see this kind of progress, I think we all know the condition that our school buildings are in, and making sure that this money is going as far as it is to do the most good to get our school buildings in the best shape that we can with these limited resources. I just want to make sure to recognize that. I have absolutely no concerns about moving forward on the bonds this evening. And I'll also just mention that in my experience over the last couple of years, these documents are typically forwarded to us in a timely manner. This was a mere aberration. I'm sure it was a simple oversight. And I did see the documents, I can't quite remember where exactly, but about a month ago, after they were passed by the school committee. So, certainly that's not any obstacle for me in terms of my vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Snappi, do you have another question? No. Any other questions from the members of the council? Okay, are there any questions from the members of the public? This was not heard in committee because it was under unanimous consent. So we want to give the public an opportunity to ask questions. Again, right now we are just discussing PCR 8-21. This is for the $8.9 million release from the bond phase 1. That's what we're talking about right now. Is there any members of the public that would like to comment on this at this time?
Council President, there's no hand showing.
Mr.
No hand
President,
showing. Okay.
Mr. President, this is
Yes.
Judy Cobden from the school committee.
Hi, Judy. Congratulations, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Congratulations to you, President. I'm under Kathy Bonet because I didn't get my own link. So I just wanted to acknowledge that I am here. And I want to also thank my colleagues for working this hard and doing such a great job. And I hope that you approve this because it is making a difference in our schools and we really need this work done. And we need to get this district going where it's supposed to go. And this building committee is working very hard. And I appreciate also the council's hard work on going through the documents and understanding how important this work is. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. We do have a hand up from a phone number. Can we have them speak? Unmute them?
You can unmute now. Mr. Antonio.
Looks to me the last 4 digits of the phone number 8281.
Joe D'Antonio also had their hand up.
Okay, looks like he's still muted. There he is. Joe?
My apologies on that. I must have hit the button incorrectly. My fault for wasting time.
Okay.
8281, you can unmute now. On the phone, hit *6 to unmute.
I apologize. I was doing *9. My name is Barbara Walsh, and my question has to do with ADA compliance. When Councilman Lattiser asked about ADA compliance, the answer was something like mostly it had been accomplished. And I'm wondering whether there'll be another effort to continue that. Specific mention of an auditorium was made that was not going to be compliant with the work done thus far. So I'm wondering, does that continue or does it not?
This is the building committee chair. I just want to mention that going back, looking at over 200 and some odd million dollars worth of projects that we needed, we had to trim pieces back. We're targeting the ADA to make the buildings accessible. And I'm just quickly looking to see if there was a level of support that we were able to sustain in the next $56 million that was been requested. So if you just give me a moment while I take a quick look at the next bond. to see if that was sustainable or not. If not, we're looking at bond phase 3 in the near future. That probably would be considered at that point, unless the school department can accommodate it through the capital projects plan and or its capital reserve. So it hasn't lost sight of putting in whatever additional components that might be needed. And if we save money on this bond, we will redeploy those resources into addressing any of the other shortfalls. What will happen is the building committee would make a recommendation to the school committee with unused funds for targeting projects, and there'll be public comment through the school committee vetting of what's appropriate if it's something we can take on as well.
Well, I don't mean to hit you up with minutia, but do you know if whatever needs to be done prohibits a student from entering the auditorium if it's not done? Or can they enter now?
I'll defer to Steve. My understanding is they can enter now.
Right.
And we've had to make other accommodations to work around it. But Mr. Gothberg, your
Yes.
insight?
So, yeah, this is Steve Gothberg, Director of Construction. No, entry is not a problem. It's more stage access, and which is kind of convoluted to go to the back of the stages to get there, going around the building. And in some, not all, but some of the auditoriums, the slope going down from back to front is a little steep. But there is definitely access to the auditoriums.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And never worry about asking about minutia. We love that on this city council.
Be careful what you say you love on the committee.
Yeah, right. Thank you very much. Do you have any other questions?
I do not.
Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you to the members of the public that are joining us and working with us on Zoom here. I know it's a little different, and I appreciate you guys taking the time to follow up and call in on these things. I know it's a new world we're in here, and hopefully soon we'll be back in the beautiful council chambers, but I appreciate everybody adapting and working with us to have these council meetings. So hearing no more questions from the public, I would entertain a motion. Again, this is just for the first one, PCR 8-21, a resolution authorizing the bond of Phase 1 Cash Release 3 in the amount of $8,999,688. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Is favorable? Okay, favorable action moved by Councilman Howe, seconded by Councilman Ricks. Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Callister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Rick,
Yes.
Sammy,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you. PCR 8-21 passes. Next up is PCR 9-21. This is a resolution authorizing the bond of Phase 2 cash release number 3 in the amount of $3,997,375. So we're taking these two separate ones.
Thank you, Mr. President. Similar to what we've just discussed, would you like me to put this up on the screen as well, since folks have the context of it? I'm happy to share this.
Yes, please. I think that's very helpful.
If I may, before you continue, would everyone please mute their microphone so there's no echo? Thank you. I apologize.
Okay. Am I on the screen, Mr. President?
Yes, sir. Looks good.
Super, thank you. One point of clarification, if I may. The title claims that this is cash release 3 of bond phase 2. It's actually cash release 1. This is our first request for cash from this particular bond. This bond is the $56 million bond that the voters approved November 2020. So we just have it approved. Initially, we were anticipating only seeking engineering fees and design fees so we could go out to bid next year for the projects for the summer of 2022. There's a number of HVAC systems that are going to be addressed when we get the funding. But this year, we did come across a crisis developing at Holloman Elementary School. Their roof is in critical condition. And so we've actually added doing the roof at Holloman as one of our projects. So if you look under the Holloman column, you'll be able to see the roofing project costs associated, whoops, I'll come back to that in a minute, listed in green. We are designing that system right now. We had capital reserve funds that we're going to be utilizing. And then we'll deal with recapturing those A&E costs in the future when the funds are released. So we would have been significantly less, but it's a critical roof that needs to be done. So we're asking for $3.9 million. Let me jump back. I skipped over the first page when I put it up and I apologize. Here's the statistics that we broke out for the community to be able to read. So as I was pointing out, we're looking at Holloman Elementary School roof the summer of 2021 for $1.3 million of funding. And we're going to be taking on 18 projects in the summer of 2022. So what we're trying to do is work the downside of bond phase 1 because we're doing so many projects this year. After this year, we only have 9 left. So the summer of 2022, we should be able to whittle that down to maybe one, just a Windman HVAC system and one small item. So we'll have about 20 projects going on in the summer of 2022, okay? And so the A&E is going to be attached to site work at Greenwood, Holloman, Scott, and Sherman, site drainage work at Park, the building envelope at the schools noted. We're going to be looking at doing 4 HVAC systems in the summer of 2022, Greenwood, Hoxie, Norwood, and Oakland Beach. So we're going to be designing those 4 systems beginning in September of 2021. Electrical work and plumbing. So not overly taxing for the upcoming year, but a lot of design work in the fall of 2021. And as I had jumped the gun to show the chart because folks hopefully are getting accustomed to the colorization, you'll see where the 2.6 is. And then if you look underneath in each of the individual schools, this total bond approved at 56 million, we will hold these numbers for the next 5 years. And so we will be reporting similarly the way we're doing the bond phase 1 on a website. We will show these allocations. We will show beginning in mid-April, once we start rolling, a cash request of the 3.9 if it's approved this evening, and we'll show you the expenditures as we incur them over the course of time and how we come in on these cash release budgets. And then when you look at them in total, you'll know that we stayed on budget and on track. So we're making the necessary adjustments. The summer of 2022, which means next January, we'll be back before you with at least a minimum ask of $13 million just to do the work we're designing, but we'll also be asking for design money for the following year. So just in round numbers, all of our projects are on a 5-year cycle. The Rhode Island Department of Education has awarded housing aid support, 35%. Typically, this community goes out and borrows the money, and then the state will pay 35% of that debt as it's paid and as it's incurred. We have been awarded $4.2 million in pay-as-you-go funding from the Department of Education. So our recommendation in our strategy is this: the $13,100,000 that we're going to be seeking next year, and if we add another couple $1 million of A&E for the following summer's projects, we could be in the ballpark of about a $15 million ask to the community to go out and borrow next year. We got $4.2 million that the state will pay us when we turn bills in. So we'll show $15 million worth of projects, but we'll be seeking bond funding of only 10 million because the balance the state is going to pay for as the bills roll in. So I'll go into more detail like that on that issue next year, but I didn't want to have an alarm get sent up the flagpole that, oh my God, he's looking at $13 million next year. There's a big number that's going to support that from the state. And so we're maximizing all those opportunities to get the 35%, the incentives where there's 5% for doing different types of things. We're organizing our projects to maximize that, to further reduce the obligations and debt service that the community has to support. And so I'll be happy to work with the city finance officer to make sure we maximize those returns. And I work with Mr. Gothberg and the architect in designing the systems that qualify for all of these incentives, thereby minimizing the tax impact as best as possible. In round numbers, $56 million worth of projects. We're seeking roughly $4 million tonight. That leaves $52 million over 4 years. It's aggressive like the first one, but we think we have the team in place to accomplish it. On a round number, I'll be looking about $13 million a year in new funding, debt service for the next 4 years after this year. Again, next year's number will be reduced considerably because of PAYGO, but the following 3 years will be at least $13 million. So I'm looking forward to working with the city finance director, looking at bond maturity schedules and working to make the impact of cash flow long-term as minimal as possible. So if there's opportunities where bond debt is retiring a year, 2 years from now, the building committee needs to be advised of that, and we will adjust cash flow to try and line up as best to synchronize with the city. So I'm happy to answer any specific questions, but it's predominantly planning other than the roof at Howman is what we're looking to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sinapi.
I'm glad to hear about the pay-as-you-go money because that'll save us on interest. It's one of the better programs in that regard. And also for those who might not know, I know he mentioned the Howman roof is imperative, but if you watch the school committee meetings, especially the one where this was the main topic, it is actually imperative. It's a big deal. The principal came up and explained it in detail. It is sorely needed. I mean, it's a good thing that it's getting done now as opposed to kicking the can further. So I don't want it to seem like an overstatement what he's saying. It's very much needed. If anything, it's understated.
Thank you. Councilman Gephardt.
Thanks, Council President. Mr. Ferrucci, you just mentioned that the combination of all these projects is aggressive, but you feel like you have the team to accomplish it. My question would be, what, if any, risks do you see to the ability to deliver these projects? And, how can we as a group and as a city help you to mitigate any of those risks that may prevent the delivery of these?
I think from your perspectives, last year we got a little toddy in getting these authorizations for whatever reason. It kind of got strung out and that crossed over into when we were bidding, and some of our vendors actually experienced some cash flow issues. And I know there was a large transition in city finance in the last 6 months of last year, and it had a lot to do with it. I'm hoping that the stabilization and our working with city finance will alleviate that pressure in the future. And most importantly, for what took place tonight, with folks coming on board just in January and trying to get up to speed and approving these this evening, you've already assisted us by doing that tonight. Letting us go out on the street bidding and having the city council support that the funding will be released timely, and we can get the applications done in April and have the cash available in bank on July 1 rather than September or October. A couple of our roofing companies were stretched 90 days when they thought originally, historically, by doing what we're doing tonight, application is done by April, funds are in the bank usually the 1st of July. By assuring that's going to happen this year, our vendors will bid it aggressively. And so you won't see it point blank, But Mr. Gothberg and I will know that those prices will come down because of the aggressiveness of what your folks' support was for this. So thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Frucci.
Dr. Thornton, I saw you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Council President. Just to point out once again, in the second bond, I think folks will find this exciting in that we're dealing with air quality, which is certainly topical today. So mechanical, we're actually tackling that and getting into the conversation of having modern HVAC systems in our schools, which is great. Secondly, I think something everyone can appreciate, we're tackling windows. As you know, in many schools in Warwick, the windows have over time really degraded. So I think seeing modern windows, efficient windows in our schools is a big improvement. Thank you.
Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I guess maybe Mr. Gothberg. So when I was going to earlier on the site work for Sherman School, could you tell us what is the site work that's planned for Sherman School?
Site work, Councilman Lattiser, is specifically the front of the building. As you know, there are traffic issues, parking issues, and what we consider pedestrian issues where traffic and pedestrians meet. So we're looking to address all those issues and some site drainage issues around the building.
Okay, so will that whole area, will that be resurfaced?
Yeah, it should be redesigned and resurfaced. We just have schematics right now for the stage 1, stage 2, but the main thrust was the front of the building and a redesign and repaving.
Okay. On Warwick Next School, the same question. I know that there's been a fair amount of work done over there in the last year or so, which we really appreciate. But what is the site work that you're planning on doing here?
I'd like to regrade that, but it's not much I can do with the slope on that. But really, that whole parking lot needs to be redone. As you know, it's crumbling, eroding. You have, especially when you come down on that left side, where the pavement meets the dirt, you almost have a trench there now. So that will all be addressed.
Yeah, that not only is the condition of the asphalt terrible, the traffic flow over there is terrible, and it's actually problematic. And I know the school department has tried to address that in the past and have been cooperative and helpful through your department with getting arrows and directions and that sort of thing. But certainly a new parking area over there will be a big improvement. On exterior, there's a big number there for Sherman School, $1 million in Sherman and $750 for Warwick Neck. What is going to be done on the area for those two items?
You know, both those schools, the windows are terrible, the doors are terrible, especially the front entrance at Sherman. So with new doors, storefront, classroom windows, those will all be addressed.
Mr. Lattiser, if I might point out, the $1 million at Sherman and the $750,000 at Warwick Neck is actually a tally of the three smaller numbers just below them.
Got it. Okay.
So the 240 is windows, et cetera. For folks that are reading the reports in the future, look to the left, exterior doors, windows, install operable windows, et cetera. So there is that level of information for folks to look at. These reports will be on the website so the community can keep an eye on the total plan. So that will be coming out shortly.
Yeah, and those items actually total out to about $1 million over there between windows and doors, et cetera, et cetera. So obviously you make some very good points, both Mr. Ferrucci and Mr. Gothberg, about getting this thing rolling, because I'm sure particularly Mr. Gothberg is well aware of the serious problems that we have in the construction industry getting any materials. It is a huge problem. The delays are incredible and getting worse. The cost continually escalates today, just as a prelude to tonight's meeting, I received an updated copy of my lumber materials from one of my vendors. And the last time I got it was back in August. The cost increase is significant over the last 4 or 5 months on most of the lumber. The other big concern is the lead time in roofing. I met with one of my suppliers the other day, and this is more, truth be told, towards the residential roofing, but I also hear the same problem is being presented in the commercial roofing. Materials that are ordered today for out of stock materials, up to a 30-week lead time for trailers to roll with any new orders, custom colors, or when I say custom, non-stock colors. So yeah, you're absolutely right on track. Getting commitments on materials, both for pricing locks and availability. Windows, your regular residential windows, 8 to 12 weeks backlog, depending upon who the manufacturer is. Tempered glass, you're going to be dealing with tempered glass, wire glass, laminated glass. It's even worse than that. So there's some huge lead times, and my suggestion would be, if you haven't already done it, is to lock into pricing commitments and supplies just as soon as you possibly can, because it's not getting any better.
Yeah, our goal, Councilman Lattiser, is to get the bids out early. And what we're going to ask of our contractors is that they get all their submissions and approvals done way before time. So when it comes to time to start the work, A, their orders are in, and B, there's no wait as far as architects' approvals. So that is our goal.
Yeah.
If I might jump in there, also, Mr. Lattiser, the current sequence of events is that typically the building committee would start looking at its cash requests for the following year in October. Mid-October, come up with a recommendation, school committee consideration in November and December. But based on what you just mentioned, I'd be more than happy to work with the committee to try and expedite that. So maybe we get to the front of the city council by Thanksgiving next year so that we can make commitments to vendors by Christmas, thereby getting those locks in by January rather than waiting until February bidding and trying to get locks in March. So I'll take that under advisement, and I'll contact you for further conversations down the road so that we can strategize on how to maximize those opportunities. Thank you.
But hopefully we'll be beyond this, what I refer to as material crisis by next year. But right now, I just deal with it on a day-to-day basis, and it is serious.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the council? If you are, I can't see everybody, so raise your hand on your screen if you have any. Okay, hearing none. Do we have any questions from members of the public? Again, we are hearing this under unanimous consent, so it's not in the committee. So I want to give the public an opportunity to chime in and to speak on this. This has to do with the bond that was just authorized by the voters this past election that was on the ballot. Any questions from members of the public?
I see no questions at this time, Mr. President.
Okay, hearing no questions from members of the public, I'll entertain a motion.
Move favorable action.
Favorable action moved by Councilman Howe. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Second, Councilman Ricks. Someone else second, but I can't see who it was. Second, Councilman McElroy. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Hart,
Yes.
More than 6,000 miles away in the Asia Pacific. We're truly.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
Nine yes.
Thank you. PCR 8-21 passes.
Thank you very
President
much.
McAllister. Mr. President McAllister, one question.
Yes.
Actually, one comment. Thank you very much. I just want to, I've mentioned it 2 or 3 times tonight. I just want to make sure everybody has it available. Any questions, including the public, want to reach out to me, feel free to contact me via my email. B as in building, C as in chair, bcchair@warwickschools.org. Feel free to contact me. Happy to follow up with anybody. Thank you very much for your support on these projects for our schools.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming before us, and we wish you good luck, and let's put this good money to work and fix up these schools. So at this time, I'm going to ask that we make a motion to go back into regular order, and then from there, we're going to go back into committees and finish the committee assignments. So can I have a motion to go back into regular order?
Motion made.
Motion made by Councilman Lattiser,
Seconded.
second by Councilman Ricks, Councilman Sinapi, Councilman Howe, Councilman McElroy, Councilman Travis. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we are going to go back into committees. We are still have some committee work to do, so we're going to go back into the Finance Committee meeting. So if the Finance Committee meeting would like to take a minute to get ready and then share.
We're ready to go. I'm just going to ask everyone to mute their mics again.
Thank you. So we're going to go back into committee. It's going to be the Finance Committee, and we're going to have Councilman Howe call that committee to order when he is ready. Thank you.
Thank you. We good to go, committee members, Councilman Gebhardt, Councilman Foley? Okay. So seeing if I'm counting this correctly, we're on item number 6, because I found the second piece of paper. And it's PCR PCR 41A-20, resolution addressing fiscal request for educational for fiscal year 2020-2021. This is not drafted. Councilman Sinap.
February 22nd, please.
We have a request to hold for February 22nd. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. PCR 97-20, item number 7. Resolution regarding ratification of the Cooper Building lease. Councilman Sinap.
Same thing, February 22nd, please.
I'll make a motion to hold on sponsor's request till February 22nd. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 8, PCR 107-20, 2019-195, specialist in real estate to prepare and conduct tax sale. Hi, Kyle.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kyla Jones. I'm the tax collector for the city of Warwick. Can you hear me okay?
Just fine, thank you.
Okay, great. The City of Warwick Tax Collector's Office, Water Department, and Sewer Authority is recommending a 612 alteration of contract for the specialist in real estate to prepare and conduct the tax sale, which was bid 2019-195. I'd like to ask to extend the contract from January 29th, 2021 through January 28th, 2023, and increase the spending not to exceed $250,000 throughout 3 line items, that being tax sale for taxes, for utility, and for sewer usage and sewer assessment. This is actually a revenue neutral line item. So basically, the city will not be accruing any costs that are associated with the tax sale. The current contract is with Rhode Island Tax Titles, and they are willing to extend their current contract under the same terms for the additional 2 years. We have used them in the past, and with great success. They've always made themselves available for any legal questions or issues that the city may have regarding tax sales, whether it be any that were in the past or any present tax sales we're working on. They've provided legal services for 13 cities and towns, 8 fire districts, and the attorney in charge, Andrioni, has been doing real estate closings for more than 20 years. So basically, it's really important that we continue to keep up with our collection activity and tax sales, not only for the city budgeting purposes, but also to keep residents from financial hardships. Due to COVID last year, our tax sale was canceled. But this unfortunately had allowed the taxpayers to fall behind an additional year. We have already begun sending out delinquent bills so that the residents have time to become current before the tax sales and before the process begins, hopefully to get them on payment plans and make their tax payments on time and sustainable. Do you have any questions for me?
I'm just going to ask really quick. You asked that we amend the contract date from January 29th, 2021 to January 28th, 2023.
Yes, sir, 2 years.
Thank you. And there was other amended language you had to include, or was that already included in it?
Just to add an additional $250,000 to the bid.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, and to Kyla as well, the 612 you're looking to do is that extension. You're not looking for any other changes to the proposal in front of us, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, then you clarify. Thank you. So as written, okay. Are there any questions from the committee?
Just a quick question. So these are essentially the closing fees that the buyer is paying that go flow through the city and then to the attorneys who handle the tax sale?
Basically, yes. So the fees that are accrued get passed on at the point of the tax sale. When we hold the actual day of the tax sale, the fees are then collected through the city, and then the city pays out the vendor.
Okay, thanks for that.
Any other questions from the committee? Any further questions from the council? Are those two hands up? Councilman Lattiser, go ahead. Councilman Lattiser, you're still muted.
Thank you.
That's it. That's it. No more for you. No.
And I'm just getting warmed up, Chairman. Relax. Kyla, as I look at your position paper here, I'm seeing that Rhode Island tax titles also represents a third of the cities and towns in the entire state, right? They represent 13 cities and towns and 8 fire districts.
Yes, that's the information I received from them.
Mm-hmm. That's a lot of experience. So, Kyla, this tax sale, to follow up on Councilman Gebhardt's questioning, these tax sales, they would also include tax sales of property for people who are behind in their water sewer bills as well, right? It's not just property taxes. Is that correct?
That's correct. It would be for real estate taxes, utility billing, which includes water and sewer usage. Some of the residents are just Kent County, so it would be just sewer usage, and also anyone delinquent in sewer assessment.
So I remember it was quite some time ago before I think most of the members that are on the council now were on. Councilwoman Travis will certainly remember. We had 2,500 of our residents put up for tax sale. That was for water sewer bills only. 2,500 members of our community. The advertising cost was $12,000 to do that. That was just in the Beacon, I believe it was $12,000 to advertise 2,500 of our residents whose homes were going up for sale. And that completely blew me away. I knew something was really screwed up with that entire situation. And I knew for certain in my mind, there was no way we had 2,500 of our residents who just weren't paying the bills. So I had formed the Warwick City Council Tax Review Commission. And I think, Kyla, I think you were on it. I think that was one of the first committees you came to, right? When you came to the city?
Yes, I believe it was 2013 that started.
2013 or 2014, it was right around there. And what we learned in that committee was the biggest reason we had 2,500 people's homes going up for tax sale is because they weren't receiving past due water super bills. They weren't doing an intent to shut off. There was no attempt at collection of this debt, and homeowners were allowed to run, in some cases, 3 or more years behind with their water sewer bills. Some of these water sewer bills were unconscionably large. And through the efforts of you and your team in the committee that we had at the time, that number we found out was somewhere in the vicinity of 4 million, maybe 4 million plus, just in water sewer bills that were 3 years or more older. And as I recall, over time, that was reduced down to about $800,000 through an outstanding effort on your behalf in your staff that works for you to get that down. That was about 3 years ago. I think it was down to about $800,000. What has the current administration inherited on just the water sewer bill alone delinquencies in dollars and cents?
So the lack of collection activity over the past administration really could put a toll on our residents. And the reason why this is necessary and needs to be done year after year is because you can fall behind so far and get caught up without a problem. But when you get to the point where we were in 2013, 2014, with all these residents so far behind, they feel like they can't dig out from this hole. So if we don't allow them to get that far behind, they can get caught up a lot faster. And that's what we've really been trying to do. But the utility portion right now of bills that are over $500 delinquent, I'm not talking about they only owe $500.
Right.
Over 500 delinquent, that doesn't count this new bill that just went out. We're just shy of $3 million, about 2,300 accounts. Just in utility.
So the current administration is inheriting about $3 million of past due water sewer bills. If I do the math real quick, over the last 3 years or so, this has actually increased by 2.2 million. We had it down to 800,000, I think, back in 2016 or 17. Is that fair?
That's fair to say, yes. We're doing very well with the conjunction of a tax sale and shut-offs, along with delinquent notice and shut-off notice, to get people's attention, to help them and get them on payment plans.
And it takes courage for leadership to take those strong positions. No one wants to shut anyone's water off. No one wants to put past due notices in their mailbox. But the only way to avoid that is by having the courage to collect that monies, whether it's an election year, an off year, or somewhere in between. So here we are back in the same position as we were back in 2016, 2017. You can't blame it on COVID. I mean, everything gets blamed on COVID. You can't blame this on COVID. So I just wanted it to be on the record for everyone, particularly the new members of the city council, to be aware of how serious this situation is when you do not collect bills, when you don't send out the bills. You got to send out the bills. If I don't send out bills, I'm going to be broke. I'm going to be bankrupt. I don't have the luxury of doing tax sales, whenever I feel like it. So this is very, very important. And I am comfortable with Rhode Island tax titles doing it, especially hearing what you have said, Kyle. And I know you and I have had conversations about this in the past, that you are very confident in their abilities to collect this monies. And hopefully you'll be able to get this this collection process done before we have to embarrass 2,300, I think you just said, 2,300 members of our community, which is in all of our neighborhoods. This impacts all of our neighborhoods because we haven't followed up with the procedures that were put in place a very long time ago. So good job. Keep it up. I completely support what you need to do. And it's certainly, you got to spend a little to get a little. And that's what we need to do here. We have to give you the resources in terms of monies that you need to be able to get this done. Hopefully get it done without having 2,300 tax sales and spending another 12,000 or more in advertising and backing that up to people who can't pay their water sewer bill. How are they going to pay another $200 or $300 on their fair share of the advertising? It's crazy. But thank you, Kyla.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Rick.
Thank you. I understand the difficulty with having tax sales, especially right now. At the same time, I do have not experience in tax sales per se, but in my experience when it comes to representing landlords as well as tenants, I've seen some different situations where one falls behind on rent a bit, and then if things are worked out earlier on, it's a lot easier for everyone to make up that lost ground, as opposed to when these situations are kicked the can down the road for a few years, and then the homeowner in this situation, more homeowners could get into that unenviable situation of being in such a deep hole that they can't possibly find their way out. So I do understand that there are times when proceeding with tax sale, as difficult as it may be necessary, and at the same time having to acknowledge that there is a process under Rhode Island law for these tax sales, and so often what some folks might not realize are the number of safeguards for the homeowners too, with the lengthy time period that they may redeem their deeds, and also that any lien holder on the property, existing lien holders such as a bank with a mortgage or the like, those institutions will often work with the homeowner as well. So question on the process for Kyla would be, when homeowners start to fall behind on taxes and they're contacted, what is the process in terms of bringing to their attention any exemptions that they may qualify for but have not applied for?
The exemptions are listed on the back of everyone's bill. That's why we now mail them to the individual homeowners so that they can see those listed exemptions that they might qualify for. When we talk to someone on the phone or in person and they come in and they're telling us, we're having difficulty paying, some people do get offended, but you do ask if you're over 65, there's the senior exemption, there's the veterans exemption. So we would send them to the assessor's office because we don't handle that internally for those types of exemptions because they do have to apply for them. We do also mention when people are saying they're having difficulty paying, it depends how much information they give us. Some people qualify for a circuit breaker. Again, we'll send them to the assessor's office for anything they may qualify for. But we do try to help them get back on board. So we send out a delinquency notice in January telling people, you're past due, here's what you owed. You're going to be subject to a tax sale if you don't bring this current or make a payment plan or come in and talk to us. And then once the tax sale process begins, it's a 90-day process from the day of the first letter to the actual day of the tax sale. The legal process, everything's outlined by days and it has to be met to the T. And that's what's great about Rhode Island tax titles is that they are on top of everything. They do all the title searches for the city. So there's no implications of being biased or having any issues with title. At that point in time, we do let everyone know, if you're having that much difficulty, contact your mortgage company. Most people that have a mortgage company are able to reach out to them and have their mortgage adjusted so that the mortgage company pays their balance due and it's adjusted into their escrow accounts, which is a tremendous help for most people that they don't even realize.
Thank you. Just to be clear for the benefit of the public as well, before any property goes up for tax sale, the tax collector's office does work with them to establish a payment plan to avoid the need for a tax sale.
Absolutely. We try to work with them as much as we can. If they haven't had one before, if it's sustainable, there are some city services that help also. Everything is a case by case, but it's a specific plan so that there's no favoritism. We can't be told, you like this person better than me. There's some standards that have to be met in order that things need to go into in order to help those ones that need it.
Oh, absolutely. Especially in Rhode Island, the standards have to be the standards. And if those standards aren't enforced equally for everyone, then that's just rife for accusations, which, would certainly be meritless where the standards are enforced equally. So I appreciate that. Let's see. I would just suggest when I'm reviewing the rubric, and this isn't anything that's going to affect my vote because the logic of Rhode Island Tax Titles LLC being the preferred vendor here is clear based on the fee schedule as well as their level of experience. I'm just going to throw it out there, perhaps for future, since being required to practice law in Rhode Island is a requirement, perhaps that shouldn't even be included in the rubric, and other factors should thereby be given more weight because I see that all four vendors were, of course, licensed to practice law in Rhode Island and therefore receive the full score. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Lattiser. You're muted, Councilman.
Particularly for the benefit of our new colleagues and for the benefit of the colleagues that weren't on the council back in 2013 and 14, there's a lot of, there's several steps that are put in place before the city takes action to initiate the tax sale. before this committee was formed, we didn't have any past due notices, you know, a formal notice. We didn't have shut off notices. We didn't have anything. So what the committee did was literally design a past due notice, and we color coded it yellow, kind of like to, you know, initiate a caution type thing. You're past due X dollars and cents on your water bill. It explains the procedures, etc. And after that, it's the intent to shut the water off, and they're notified with a red notice by a particular day. Your water will be shut off if you don't pay the balance due or enter into a payment agreement with the city. We also designed, through the great efforts of Patty St. Amant at the time, a hardship plan, a definitive hardship plan to work with these folks and the various bells and whistles that each had to meet in order for her to maneuver through, you know, the weeds here with these hardships. And she did a great job with that as well. And also, it was in place that water would not be shut off after Thursday, so that people who came in, they would have an opportunity to have their water turned back on within 24 hours if once they entered into a plan. There's a time period that, you know, they must stay consistent to reduce the possibility of people just falling backwards, going backwards, getting into trouble all over again. So there's there was a lot of thought and processes put into that program. And I think we can, once we get back on track with that, we certainly can avoid having some of these type of meetings, and especially important, not allowing someone to get so far behind. Keep in mind, the water sewer bill, you know, you're talking, what are you talking, $400 or $500 a year? You know, thereabouts. It can differ. How bad is it when you allow someone to be behind $2,000 and $3,000 in a water sewer bill? That's terrible. That is absolutely terrible. So I look forward to getting back to, you know, get the past due notices out. Hopefully you won't, but if you do, you do. You have to deal with the issue when it can't be resolved one way or another, and get us back on track. Put that $3 million back in the coffers, and you can use that $3 million to buy other equipment that you might need, and other trucks and vehicles, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other comments from the committee? I'm sorry, council. Any questions or comments from the?
Not at this time, sir.
Thank you. May I have a motion from the committee?
Move favorable.
I have a favorable. I have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kyle.
Thanks, Kyle.
Okay, next is PCR 122-20, formerly 2021-188, pipe fittings and valves. How you doing, Terry?
How you doing, Chairman?
Well, thank you. If you can give us a quick
Sure. We put out the bid pipe fitting and valves back in November. We had 7 bids come in. Warwick Water Company, Superior Network, Ferguson, E.G. Prescott, John Holding and Sons, Cormain, Tie Sales. If you see at the top of the items, we recommended for each item. This bid would be good from January 25th, 2021 to January 24th, 2022.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Councilman,
if I may. So just so I understand this, being the newbie here, you have multiple vendors listed, and then under that, you have the specific items listed. Is that to indicate that those are the only items where they are the lowest qualified bidder, and so those are the items that you would procure through that vendor, but not others?
That's correct, Councilman, because a lot of these items, we buy not only dozens, but hundreds of different items. So we go with the lowest bidder to save every dollar we can.
Well, certainly appreciate the transparency in that. We've looked at some other things tonight that weren't quite as clear, but this one is all laid out very helpfully. So thanks for that. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from the council? No, seeing none, are there any questions or comments from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chris. May I have a motion?
Motion favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank. One more item, last item, item number 10, PCR 123-20, formerly 2021-189, Neptune cold water meters. Terry.
Yes, again, we went, the water department went out to bid for cold water meters back in November. We had two bids, Tie Sales and Styles Company. The recommendation was going to Tie Sales Incorporated. Styles Company didn't bid on any of the meters. What they did bid on was some items that come to our attention that we don't purchase those items that they bid on. So that's why the recommendation letter was for Tie Sales Incorporated.
Okay. Any questions? I see Councilman Gebhardt. Go ahead.
Just to clarify your last statement. So I'm on page 5, I guess. So angle ball valves, both companies bid. Are you saying those are not parts that we actually purchase?
Yeah, that's actually, they shouldn't even be on the bid no longer. Next year's bid, that will be removed. 7.1A, also 7.1B, and 7.4, and actually 7.2. They're going to be eliminated from next year's bid.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think that's all for me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilman. Are there any other questions from the council? Any questions from the council? Hearing none. Any questions from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chris. May I have a motion?
Motion favorable action.
Second.
Although I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe that concludes the Finance Committee. It is now 9:21. Finance Committee is.
Wow. I think that means Ordinance Committee, right?
Next up is the Ordinance Committee. This is Chairman Sinapi, Councilman McElroy, Councilman Ricks. One item is not drafted. You're eligible to proceed.
Any ordinance can commence at 9:22 p.m. No minutes to accept. So we go right to the one item, PCO 2-20, ordinance relative to forming a commission to establish LED signage guidelines. This is not drafted. Councilman Lattiser.
Hold March 22nd, please.
Pressed by the sponsor to hold till March 22nd.
Move to hold to March 22nd.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ordinance closes at 9:22 p.m. still. Take that, Finance.
Next up is the Public Safety Committee. This is Chairman Foley, Councilman Ricks, Councilman McElroy, and you're eligible to proceed.
All right, the meeting come to order at 9:23. I do not see any minutes. So the first item is PCO 28-19 ordinance in regards to no parking between signs in front of 301 West Shore Road on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Councilman McElroy.
Can you hold that until March 22nd?
So hold till March 22nd. Do I need a motion on that? I'm sorry. A motion to hold?
Yes.
Who was
Second.
that?
I'll move. Move
So
to hold
moved.
to March 22nd.
Seconded?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chairman Foley, you are muted.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Chris, is Mary McGann on?
I don't see her name, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman.
You're welcome.
Chairman, if I may.
Who is speaking? I'm sorry.
This
Vinny?
is Vinny, yes.
Councilman Gebhardt, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. I have had the opportunity to speak with Mrs. McGann. This one's been before the committee for quite some time. I don't know if you would indulge proceeding.
In what way, Councilman Gebhardt?
So we've gotten some, there was originally from the department an unfavorable recommendation. It was put forth that there was construction happening in the area of where the damage took place at the time, and she was forwarded on to the construction company. This is going back over a year now. She has since repaired the vehicle and moved on, but she's been frustrated in the process and is about ready to give up on this one. But while it's a little bit confusing with the information she provided, she has submitted all the relevant information. So if we were able to come to a recommendation to move favorable, I think it would be greatly appreciated and good to get off the docket here.
If you don't mind, Councilman, I would prefer to hold till February 1st. And I know Miss McGann this has been dragged out.
Yep.
But this is the first I've heard of moving it to a favorable action when the documentation I have in front of me is recommending denial. So if we could hold till February 1st so I can just investigate a little bit more, I'd appreciate that.
Not a problem.
Okay, if I have a motion to hold.
I motion to hold till February 1st.
Seconded?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Councilman, the chairman, I think you're muted still.
I'm sorry about that. How are we doing again? PCR 95-20 resolution in regards to erecting stop signs on the secondary roadways of Grimshaw Place, Hackman Place, Worth Street, Crystal Drive, and Lockwood Street. Councilman Lassiter.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would like to hold that until, let's hold it until February 22nd, please.
Okay, motion to hold?
Yes.
Move to hold February 22nd.
Councilman Ricks?
Yes, please.
Councilman, seconded?
Second.
Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
this time now. PC 119-20, resolution relative to claims. Jeff Sweet, is Councilman Howell available?
I am. I am gonna, I don't know if the attendee is here.
Do you see Mr. Sweet?
I don't.
I don't, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Howell then?
I would make the recommendation upon an inquiry of denial. Thank you.
Motion to deny? I'm not seeing anyone.
I'll quick comment. It seems that the department recommendation is for approval of $300.
Yes.
How can you answer that?
Of course. So one of the vendors that was included in the replacement of a windshield with an invoice does not install windshields. And I talked to the owner and they did not give the invoice. So I'm asking, I referred the matter where it needs to go and I'm asking for denial. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. And I also see that there appears to be a bad affidavit in that the third box is checked instead of the first box, indicating that the claimant is intending to seek payment from a different source. So given that recommendation from the councilman and the bad affidavit, as well as the individual not attending, and with the understanding that should the individual correct these issues, they may come back before this council, essentially resubmitting this claim. I would move to deny at this time.
Seconded.
Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
Question for Lynn. Did we send out notice to this individual saying the committee was inclined to deny him?
I do not know if he got another meeting for tonight.
Because my notes say we held it because of the affidavit and the description.
And
Usually
I
when we do
believe
that,
that's finance that needs to take care of any incorrect documentation. I'm not sure if this was one that Lynn Praja was reaching out on or not.
yeah, if
I
only
may
mention it because usually when we do it, write it that way, that means we didn't say we were inclined to deny. And based on our guidelines, we do that first before we actually deny them.
Councilman, if I may, I wish to respectfully reiterate that one of the invoices supplied was from a company, a business, a loyal, good business, a honest business, where upon the phone call, they did not give that estimate, nor did they give that invoice, nor do they perform the services that this claimant is claiming. I forwarded all the information to the required sources, and I do respectfully ask that we move forward and deny this claim for that false claim. Thank you.
I have no disagreement with anything you're saying. My point is that the way we wrote the guidelines and we passed something on this to say we have a process in which we do this. And if we deny it now, we wouldn't be following our process.
I would leave it to the committee. I respectfully request the committee move forward unfavorable.
My question, Mr. Walsh, would the guidelines that Councilman Sinapi is referring to, if we deny it, are we violating any of our the rules per se by denying it without giving him, Mr. Sweet, notice of said denial?
I believe we established this through resolution. So an action by the council could essentially be permitting some other action, but to Councilman Sinapi's protocol, it's a deference question. You could proceed with an affirmative action with whatever that is, but it's the protocols that the prior council had established, and is whether you want to continue in that light.
I would like.
In that
then-
case, the recommendation, traditionally, and Councilman Sinapi is very familiar with it as well, they would look to provide one more opportunity to the claimant that would be indicating that the discussion here may lead to an unfavorable recommendation, and therefore they provide one last opportunity to be heard.
So would we need a motion to hold pending the action you just recommended?
If you wanted to proceed with a motion to hold to the next meeting, and a communication could be sent out by the appropriate persons. I don't know if, I think Lynn was indicating that finance typically send those out. That would provide them one last chance to either
Councilman
rectify.
Lassiter, I see. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Councilman Lassiter, you have a hand up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, through the chair to Councilman Howell. So, Councilman Howell, you bring up a very, very interesting point. So, do I understand it correctly that a document that was submitted to the city council, or to the city, I should say, in an attempt to acquire funds, was a document that was false or falsified or not
Upon
legal?
the phone calls I made, Councilman, and the speaking to the business and knowing this business that is in my ward, that they do not install windows, but that was the invoice supplied, I would say yes, but what I did do was forward it to the right officials to have that officially determined. I, for one, from speaking to that business with a long history of honest work and not being able to reach the claimant, I'm very comfortable saying I will vote against this. And this claimant is in my ward. I will not vote in favor of this.
So, Mr. Walsh, isn't there penalties for submitting false documentation to acquire funds or misrepresenting to acquire funds? Isn't there rather serious penalties for that under state law?
So without speaking to the absolute determination as to what has or has not been filed in this matter, I think it is an item of concern that the council should take note of. Should there be submissions of that do not meet the standards that they purport to, and those are something that the Rhode Island general laws would speak to as to other potential liabilities for persons doing such.
Well, for what it's worth, if this does come to the floor, it's pretty clear to me, and I'll be supporting Councilman Howe's position on this, because someone supplies an invoice to put in this case, something with a window, and they don't even do it. That's pretty clear to me of what the intent is. So for what it's worth, I'll be supporting Councilman Howe on this particular item. Thank you.
Chairman,
I would
if I
like to, go ahead, I'm sorry, Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I am not an expert on handwriting. I'll just note that my personal observation is that some of the letters, how they are written out on that so-called invoice, very striking resemblance to how those letters are written in the cover letter and the affidavit submitted by the claimant. So I'll simply make that observation, just a personal observation, certainly not any sort of expert evaluation, but I think that the more compelling evidence, the more compelling information is that which was brought up by our colleague. And for those reasons, I'm comfortable with denial of the claim at this time without going through further proceedings, with the understanding, of course, that in the event that the claimant does wish to bring further information to our attention, then he is certainly welcome to resubmit the claim and come back before this committee. Thank you.
The motion I'm looking for is to hold till the February 1st meeting so that notification can be made to Mr. Sweet that we are changing the recommendation from approval to denial. And basically, in an abundance of caution and deferral to past chairman of this committee, Mr. Snappy. And that way we just give them the opportunity, and then we can move forward to denial. I support Mr. Councilman Howe in his desire to deny, but I just want to make sure that we follow procedure that has been followed before. And an
Motion
abundance
to
of caution.
hold February 1st.
I'm sorry,
Second.
Mr. McElroy. Second, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Last item. PCR 120-20 resolution relative to claims. Mr. Ashworth, the recommendation is to approve this claim in the amount of $298.70. Any questions or comments from the committee?
Chairman,
Go ahead.
if I may, taking a look at the estimates, I do see that the estimate from Walmart is lower. That amount of $224.58 does not include the installation. It's my understanding from reviewing this that it is one tire, and the printout from the Walmart.com indicates that installation is between $15 and $25 per tire. So adding that minimum of the $15 would make that lowest estimate total $239.58. Unless there is further discussion, I would suggest moving for approval in that amount.
Is there any comment from the council members?
The only thing I'll note is that Mr. Ashworth sent in an email that was forwarded to myself, and I hope they forwarded it to Chairman Foley because I asked for it to be forwarded to him, where he said that the labor would be X amount of dollars, but it's his representation rather than a company, so you can take that how you wish.
I remember our conversation, Councilman Sinapi, that he was saying that the labor to put at Walmart would be higher, so that in fact the $298.70 would be the lower.
Yeah, his email is lacking on details. It just says I would be charged a minimum of $50 for repairs from anywhere except Broadway Tire.
So Councilman Ricks, am I correct in saying that your motion is to approve the award, but with an amended dollar amount?
Correct. I haven't received a copy of that email. It seems to be, when it comes to the tire installation itself, that information seems to be contrary to the printout that says installation costs $15 to $25 per tire. And it's my understanding that we're talking about one tire here. It could be that there may be some additional fees for the alignment, which would certainly be a reasonable fee. But if the email is indicating that the minimum would be $50 from anywhere else, then $224.58 plus 50 being $274.58 would still be lower than the $298.70. Perhaps instead of crunching the numbers ourselves, perhaps it might be a good idea to hold it and see if we could get additional information.
Are you willing to make a motion to that effect?
Move to hold to February 1st.
Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
That is the last item on my agenda. The
I
Public
just have a
safety-
quick question, please.
Yes, Lynn.
I'm sorry.
No, no.
So on these last two claims that you're holding.
Yep.
What are we looking for other than any additional information? They keep being bounced around, so if something needs to
Right.
be requested, I need to either reach out to finance or Joanne, reach out to finance and
I
get
will
whatever it is
reach out-
everybody's looking for.
Yeah, I will reach out to Joanne tomorrow. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, on Mr. Sweet, we're looking at a letter.
All right,
I'll-
I'll send the letter out that he can come for February 1st for him, but any additional information, I believe finance was supposed to be reaching out to him regarding, as Councilman Rick said, his affidavit, et cetera.
That, right, that, what I'm, now, I agree with you on that. I'm looking
is
at
that
the
what you need?
Ashworth. He sent the email, but that, he had no documentation with that. It was him saying that it's gonna cost an extra $50.
Okay, so you want me to reach out to finance to
Ask him that.
get a
tell him
labor
that this-
estimate?
At this point, we're looking at the 224.58 as his award.
You're looking for a labor estimate?
Yes.
Okey dokey.
Okito, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the meeting is adjourned at 9:45 PM.
Next up is the Intergovernmental Committee. This is Chairman McElroy, Councilman Sinapi, Councilman Foley, and you're eligible to proceed.
Is now 9:46 and the Committee on Intergovernmental is open now. First order of business is acceptance of minutes. There are none. The first order of business is PCR 196-19, a resolution to the General Assembly for additional funding for Warwick Public Schools. Councilman Gephardt.
In the last meeting, I had asked for this to be held till February 1st, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, motion to hold till February 1st.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The second one is PCR 39-20, resolution in regards to a change to the Warwick City Council rules, Rule 30, docketing to allow that docketed business be heard at either the regular business or public hearing meetings of the city council. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's come to my attention that there's going to be perhaps several other amendments to the council rules in the near future. So having said that, I'm just going to hold mine off until February 1st. Let's see what shakes out in terms of amendments or additional amendments. And, perhaps we can wrap them all up in one item or in one night, as opposed to coming back 3 or 4 times. So I'll move to hold until February 1st, please.
Okay, a motion to hold till February 1st.
Motion to hold.
Second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The third one is PCR 79-20, resolution for engineering to create Buckeye Brook project. Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to move, whoop, how come my camera's not on? I was going to move forward this evening with this, but I haven't had a chance to speak to Mr. Earls on this. So I'd like to just hold this until February 1st, please.
Okay. Motion to hold till February 1st.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye.
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 I believe that concludes the intergovernmental agenda at 9:49.
Next up this evening, we have the Appointments Committee. This is Chairman Gephardt, Councilman Ricks, Councilman Sinapi. You're eligible to proceed.
Thanks, Councilor Walsh. Councilman Ricks, Councilman Sinapi, good to go?
Yep.
Okay. First item would be minutes. There are none. Oh, sorry. 9:49 appointments comes to order. Minutes, there are none. We have one item, which is an appointment requiring confirmation for the Board of Assessment Review. Councilor Walsh, if you want to chime in, but I believe per our rules, this needs to be heard for the first time at a new business meeting.
Yeah, you are correct, Chairman.
Okay.
Even though this was previously
Sure.
held or no?
It was previously held from the first meeting in
Previous held
December.
from
So
one, right. We're still just checking.
Okay.
I'm just checking because it was previously held, so I had to keep it to this meeting. That would be, nobody's gonna weigh in.
I'll weigh in.
It was held to the second meeting of the month, so I can't just automatically put it on the first. Hi.
It would be eligible to hold it over if there's a motion to do so to the appropriate meeting.
If I may, it's my understanding that under the city council rules, it would only apply that the item would be introduced and first heard at the first meeting of the month. And it would be appropriate for this committee to hear the appointment at this present meeting because it was initially heard at the first meeting of December.
Thank you, Councilman Ricks. I was merely on the YouTube at that time, but thank you for the clarification. Based on the information that I had available to me this morning, however, I did contact Mr. Soro and let him know that we would move on this on the 1st. So he did not dial in, but he will be available on the 1st. So if everyone is okay with it, I would look for a motion to hold to the 1st.
Move to hold to February 1st.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Appointments done 9:52.
The final committee we have this evening is the Public Properties, Land Use Committee, and Community Affairs. This is Chairman Ricks, Councilman Foley, Councilman Gephardt, and you're eligible to begin.
Thank you. I believe that everyone is here. The time is 9:52 p.m. The City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs comes to order. There are no minutes to accept from the last meeting. First item, PCO 30-19. This is Councilman Sinapi. Ordinance involving state law regarding unutilized commercial property. It's not yet drafted. To which date would you prefer to have it held?
Do February 22nd, please.
Request to hold to February 22nd. Do we have a motion?
Motion to hold to February 22nd.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. Similarly, Councilman Snappy, PCO 10-20, an ordinance relative to amendment of the Warwick zoning ordinance regulations for the installation of solar energy systems. First passage, not yet drafted, February 22nd or a different date?
Same thing, please.
Very good. Do we have a motion?
Motion to hold to February 22nd.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Held to February 22nd, and the committee concludes at 9:54 p.m.
That conclude the committees? Mr. Walsh?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
All right, just give us a couple minutes and we will reconvene the council meeting. Just give us 2 minutes. All right, I think we're ready to reconvene the meeting. Just give me the thumbs up. We are back on here. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Okay. Okay, so we are reconvening the city council meeting. Again, we had brought it to order earlier in the evening. Then we went back into committees, and now we're coming back into the regular council meeting. So if you're following along on the agenda at home, we have already done the welcome, the executive communications, the general communications. We had public comment already, and we actually took up 2 items, item number 2 and item number 3. They were part of the unanimous consent. We had moved those up and had a discussion and took 2 positive votes on those. So now we are on number 1 on the agenda, which is announcement of appointments. There are none. The second is the appointments requiring confirmation. Appointments committee, Councilman Gephardt.
The recommendation here was to hold till February 1st.
Okay, so there's a recommendation to hold to February 1st. Next up is the consent calendar. This is PCR 7-21, a resolution relative to bids. Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number PCO 7-9.
Yeah, we just need you to move it and then we'll get a second. And then you'll break.
I apologize. Move for favorable action.
Motion for favorable action. Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Lattiser. Councilwoman Travis. For action, Councilman Howe.
For favorable action.
Yes. So now if you want to break it down.
Thank you. PCO 7-19 pension board hold. Oh, my correction. Withdraw. Hold on. Oh, I didn't realize I had that many holds. PCR 12220, pipe fittings and valves, favorable action. PCR 12320, favorable action. And PCR 107-20, favorable action. Do you want me to read the holds as well, Mr. President?
Yeah, this is, we're doing the consent right now for the finance docket.
Understood. Okay. I wasn't sure if you wanted me to read the holds or wait until, okay.
Yeah, the ones that we have for favorable action, and then let us know the ones that you pulled out on the PCR. But these are the ones that we're moving as favorable action. If you could list those.
Understood. Understood. Thank you. PCO 7-19 pension board, hold until February 1st. PCO 2420, hold till February 1st. PCR 19519, hold till February 22nd. PCR 2920, hold until February 22nd. PCR 41A20, hold until February 22nd. PCR 97-20, hold until February 22nd.
Okay, so we're going to go back and again, this is the consent calendar now that we wanted just to make sure that we're crystal clear. This is on the bid package that we discussed. There was favorable action on 20-21-074, favorable action on 2021-211, 2021-215A, 2021-215B, and 2021-22. 4, I believe. I can't read my handwriting on that one.
Yes, there was. Yes, I'm sorry.
At this time, that's what we're voting on at this time.
Yep.
Is those items there? They were discussed in the finance committee. Do we have any?
Yep. Okay. Bid package. My
Yep,
correction. I apologize to my colleagues.
Yep,
I apologize to everyone.
No problem. No problem. So if you
Bid
just want to
package,
list, you just go over those quickly, what those
Certainly.
were. Remind us all.
Will do. Item number 1, 2021-074, repair parts for snowplows, favorable action. Item number 2, 2021-186A, equipment manufacturers parts of various vehicles. That was pulled, PCR 11-21. Item number 3, 2021-187, automotive parts, becomes PCR 1221. 2021-211, police pre-employment medical exams, favorable action. 2021-215B, fire sprinkler system inspections and/or repairs, favorable action. 2021-215A, fire sprinkler inspections and repairs, favorable action. 2021-224, mobile thermal printers, favorable action. And 2021-186B, manufacturer parts, pulled PCR 13-21, hold till 2-1.
Okay, thank you very much. So right now, what we are going to vote on is only those items that were favorable action within the bid package that Chairman Howe just discussed. Do we have any questions on the favorable action one from the bid calendar? Councilman Lattiser, do you have a question? You have your.
Councilman, you're on mute.
I do, Mr. Chairman, but it's going to be going back to a question on the Board of Assessment Review, because we didn't call a vote on that.
I believe we held it to February 1st.
The recommendation of the committee was to hold, but doesn't the council have to vote on that?
No.
No? Who said no?
Sinapi.
Oh, okay.
Well, let's ask counsel. Can you confirm on that? Legal counsel?
I mean, unless Attorney Walsh disagrees, my assumption is that if you hold it, you treat it like any other legislation that was held, which doesn't require a vote by the council. I don't know if Attorney Walsh has a alternate opinion, but that just seems logical to me.
how about comment from the council and members of the public?
That was done in committee.
Okay.
So just to clarify where we're at, I believe we need a motion on the items that remain on the bid package for whatever action it's going to be in the second before we proceed. And then the items that were removed, as noted by the chairman, will follow with a separate vote. But tonight we only have the bid package on the consent calendar, and that's where we are at this time.
Correct. So right now we're on the consent calendar on the bid package, what they put forward here. So do we have any questions on that? Hearing none, we will, the clerk will call a roll. Again, this is on the bid package, the consent calendars, the ones that have been moved, favorable actions, the ones that have been pulled out, we will address next.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Snappy,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you. Bid pack passes. Okay, so now we're going to address the items that were pulled from the bid package. First off is bid number 2021-186A is now PCR 11-24. Recommendation from the Finance Committee, Councilman Howe.
Hold till February 1st.
Hold to February 1st. The second item pulled from the finance docket is bid number 2021-187. It's now become PCR 12-21. Finance Committee recommendation, Councilman Howe.
Hold till February 1st.
Hold to February 1st. The third item is bid number 2021-186B. It's now become PCR 13-21. Finance recommendation, Councilman Howe.
Hold till February 1st.
Hold to February 1st. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
President.
You're welcome. Okay, so that does the consent calendar. So now we are going to move to unfinished business. First up, number one item is PCO 7-19 sub A pension board. This was a committee report, finance. Councilman Howe, I believe this was held to February 1st.
It was. I'm sorry, my computer just told me that the battery's about to die. Yes, hold till February 1st.
Hold to February 1st.
What a night.
The second item is PCO 28-19, an ordinance in regards to no parking between signs in front of 301 West Shore Road on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. This is for first passage, not drafted. Committee report, public safety.
Recommend hold till February 1st.
I believe that
I have-
was March 22nd.
That's what I have. March
I'm sorry,
22nd.
my notes. Thank you.
Okay, the hold to March 22nd. Number three on the item is PCO 30-19, an ordinance involving state laws, underutilized commercial property. This is for first passage, not drafted. Committee report, public properties.
Excuse me. Hold until February 22nd.
Hold to February 22nd. Number four is PCO 2-20, an ordinance relative to forming a commission to establish LED signage guidelines. This is for first passage, not drafted. Committee report, ordinance.
Hold till March 22nd.
Hold to March 22nd. Thank you. Number five is PCO 10-20, an ordinance relative to amendment of the Warwick zoning ordinance regulations for installation of solar energy system. First passage, not drafted. Committee report, land use.
Hold until February 22nd.
Hold to February 22nd. PCO 24-20, an ordinance in regards to modernization of the public safety equipment. This is for first passage. Committee report, finance.
Hold till February 1st.
I believe there's a amendment on this. Do we want to move it favorable with amendment and then hold it to February 1st?
Yes, please, Mr. President. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a recommend, you making that
Making the
motion?
recommendation to move favorable as amended.
Okay, do we have a
For
second?
hold. Okay.
Do we have a second on move favorable as amended, which was
Second.
discussed in the finance meeting? Second by Councilman Foley. Do we have any questions on this? Right now, we're moving favorable action as amended, then we'll take another vote. to hold
Mr.
it.
Chairman,
To amend.
Mr. President.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, I believe we should first take a motion on the sub A amendment that Chairman Howe had presented, and Councilor Pecchia has that language for the committee members.
Correct. So right now, we're going to be voting favorable action with the amendment. She's going to let us know the amendment. And then the next move we will do is we will move to hold. But we got to move the amendment first to get it into the record. And I believe that was a motion made by Councilman Howe, and it was seconded by Councilman Foley. So Kyla, can you read the amendment for us here?
Yep. Sorry, guys. It's a long one. Give me a second. I got to pull it back up. Thank you. Okay.
Why would it be any different tonight?
Why would it be? That's right. Why would it be any different? Okay. So, as amended, I guess I'll just read what the exact text, because it'll get a little confusing if I go with lines. Section 1, Chapter 20, Article 2 of the City of Warwick Code of Ordinances is hereby amended by adding subsection 20-66 as follows. Section 20-66, Fire Department Restricted Receipts Account. Subsection A, pursuant to Chapter 20, Article 5, subsection 20-291 of the City of Warwick Code of Ordinances, the following is the fee schedule for the use of rescue vehicles and emergency services. Subsection 1, mileage, $34.51. Subsection 2, basic life support emergency, $1,352. Subsection 3, advanced life support level 1, $2,197. Subsection 4, advanced life support level 2, $3,323. Subsection B should now read, restricted receipts account. The city finance director shall allocate funds received by the city for emergency services from the city's general fund to a restricted receipts account established for the purpose of acquiring fire equipment and apparatus. The finance director shall allocate funds in the amount of 30% of the total revenue generated by emergency services per fiscal year, or $1 million, whichever is greater, to said restricted receipts account. The balance of the account shall not exceed the amount of $5 million. The funds maintained in the restricted receipt account shall be used solely for the purchase of fire equipment and apparatus. Subsection Roman numeral I, any and all purchases made with the funds of said restricted receipt account shall be done in accordance with applicable laws of the state of Rhode Island and the purchasing requirements as provided for in the City of Warwick Code of Ordinances and Regulations. Section 2 reads as normal, sponsored by reads as normal, Committee Finance.
Thank you very much. And for members of the council and for members of the public, we will all have this in a nice written up thing that will be in our binders that we will all be able to really dissect. So she did a great job of reading it in, but you didn't have to write it all up on your own. We will have a chance to review this. So we have an action that's favorable action as amendment. It's been seconded. Do we have any questions at this time? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the amendment.
Mr. McAllister? Oh,
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gebhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes. Wake up. It's only 2 o'clock.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes to amend.
Okay, it has been amendment. Now, do we have a motion to hold to February 1st? Councilwoman Travis, do we have a second? Second by Councilman Howe and Councilman Ricks. So do we take a roll call vote on that?
Yes, on this one.
You have,
Okay. So the clerk will call the roll to hold this as amendment to February 1st.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
yes,
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes as amended to hold to 2-1.
Thank you very much. Now we move to number 7, a PCR 195-19, a resolution relative to creating a commission to study health insurance benefits. This is committee report, finance.
Hold till February 22nd.
Hold to February 22nd. Number 8 is PCR 196-19, a resolution to the General Assembly for additional funding for the Warwick Public Schools. This is not drafted. Committee report, intergovernmental.
hold till February 1st.
Hold till February 1st. Number 9 on the agenda is PCR 21-20, a resolution relative to claims. Mary McCain, this is committee report, public safety.
Recommend hold till February 1st.
Hold to February 1st. Madam Clerk, do you have a question?
I do have a quick question. Councilman Foley, what additional information are you looking for on that claim? I don't know if I need to.
Councilman, I know Councilman Gebhardt was going to,
We're gonna go back. We're gonna ask DPW to amend their recommendation. We're also gonna make sure we have the most current documentation from Mrs. McGann, and
So nothing from me.
that's correct.
Clarify. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now on item number 10, PCR 29-20. Let you guys read that. It is committee report, finance.
Hold till February 22nd.
Hold to February 22nd. Next up is item number 11, PCR 39-20, a resolution in regards to a change to the Warwick City Council Rules, Rule 30, docketed to allow that a docketed business can be heard at either the regular business or public hearing meetings of the City Council. Committee report, intergovernmental.
Hold till February 1st.
Hold to February 1st. Number 12 is PCR 41A-20, a resolution addressing fiscal requests for education for fiscal year 2020 through 2021. This is not drafted. Committee report, finance.
Hold till February 22nd.
Hold to February 22nd. Number 13, PCR 79-20, resolution for engineering to create Lucky Book project. This is committee report, intergovernmental.
Hold till February 1st.
Hold to February 1st. Number 14, item number 14, PCR 95-20, a resolution in regards to enacting stop signs on the secondary roadways of Grimshaw Place, Hackett Place, Worth Street, Crystal Street, and Lockwood Street. This is not drafted. Committee report, public safety.
hold to February 1st.
I have February 22nd for that one.
Thank you. I'm reading the wrong notes again. 22nd.
Problem. Hold to February 22nd. Item number 15, PCR 97-20, a resolution regarding ratification of the Cooper Building lease. Committee report, finance.
Hold till February 22nd.
Hold to February 22nd. Number 16, PCR 107-20, 2019-195, specialist in real estate to prepare and conduct tax sales. Committee report, finance.
Favorable act.
For action, Councilman Howe moves in favorable action. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Gephardt. Do we have any questions on this? This was something that we had some great discussion on during the Finance Committee meeting. Do we have any additional questions on this PCR 107-20? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll. We're voting on favorable action for PCR 107-20.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Of course.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Absolutely.
Mr. Snappy,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes, motion passes.
Mr. President, I have a question.
11-20 passes. I'm
Mr.
sorry.
President, I have a question.
Yes.
Mr. President, if I leave my mic on all the time, does MIS have the ability to bleep me?
Yeah, that's why you got to have the mic closed. Yeah. Okay, so now we move to PCR number 17 on the agenda. PCR 119-20, a resolution relative to claims. Jeff Sweet, committee report, public safety.
Hold till February 1st.
Hold to February 1st. Number 18 is PCR 120-20, relative to claims. Michael Ashworth, committee report, public safety.
Recommend hold till February 1st.
Hold to February 1st. Number 19 on the agenda this evening is PCR 122-20, 2021-188, pipe fitting and valves, committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
It's been moved for favorable action. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Gephardt. So again, this was another item that was discussed during the Finance Committee meeting. Do we have any additional questions on this? This is for pipe fitting and valves. Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Absolutely.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Snappy,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes.
9 yes for favorable action. Number 20 is PCR 123-20, 2021-189, Neptune cold water meters. Committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For favorable action, do we have a second for favorable action? Second by Councilman Foley, Councilman Gephardt. Again, this was discussed during our finance meeting this evening. Do we have any additional questions on these water meters? Hearing none, we will move, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action on PCR 123-20.
McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Snappy,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes.
The motion passes. Now we move on to unanimous consent. First off is PCR 6-21, a resolution from the Warwick City Council in support of the Friends of Slater Grove Community Group submission for a Champlin's Grant application for improvements to the George B. Slater Memorial Grove. This is Councilman Foley.
I move favorable action.
Okay, move favorable
Seconded.
action. Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Howe. Councilman Ricks. Councilman Foley, would you like, and Councilwoman Travis. Councilman Foley, we just want to give a synopsis on this project for us?
I'll do a very quick one, Mr. President.
Beautiful.
This group reached out to me shortly after my election, and they want to apply. They have applied for this Champlain grant to purchase additional equipment and to make additional improvements to this fine park on Narragansett Parkway. I have already spoken with the mayor's office. They also sent a letter of support, as did I personally as the councilman for this ward. It will be in cooperation with the city. In other words, we will sit down and make sure that it fits in with the plans of the city. And if they are lucky enough, fortunate enough to get the award, the grant.
Thank you very much, Councilman Foley. I also spoke with the president of this group and that you've been in touch with. And I think it's excellent that, you know, a community group like this is going out and trying to get some grant funds to help improve their area. And I know that I will be happily to support this grant application. Do we have any other comments from members of the council? Hearing none, this is for unanimous consent, so it was not in committee. So do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this? Again, this is a resolution of support for a grant for the George Slater Memorial Grove application. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this item?
I do have one hand raised, Mr. President.
Okay, if you can unmute. Susan, I believe. Susan? Do we know if the caller has been unmuted? What should she press?
It looks like the caller is using the app, Mr. President. They have been
Okay.
unmuted.
All right. Susan, would you like to speak on this?
Eracian, is it Susan Eracian?
Yes.
That name sounds
Yeah.
familiar.
She has her hand raised and you are unmuted.
Is that the mayor's chief of staff?
Chief of staff, yeah, that
It
sounds
is.
familiar, yeah.
The chief of staff had mentioned earlier via email that they were having technical difficulties with this, so I'm guessing this is related.
Yes, and I believe Councilman Foley said he has spoken to the mayor about this project and they were supportive of it as well. So if there are any other questions from members of the public? Okay, hearing not, then Councilman Foley, you have moved it favorable and it's second. So the clerk will call the roll for favorable action on PCR 6-21.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes,
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you very much. The motion passes. Next up on the agenda item, a unanimous consent. We have already addressed PCR 8-21. And the third item on unanimous consent, we have already addressed and moved for favorable action for PCR 9-21. So we are going to move on to number 4 on the agenda under unanimous consent, PCR 10-21, a resolution regarding direction and guidance from the Rhode Island Department of Health regarding COVID-19 vaccine distribution to the residents of the city of Warwick. I believe that this is co-sponsored by the entire council. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Before I speak, I will ask Council Solicitor Billy Walsh, I'm sorry, Kyla, she drew it up for me. If she could read that into the record, please.
Give me 1 second to pull it up, please.
Sure, thank you.
Thanks.
While Kyla's looking at it.
I have it, Councilman.
Okay,
I'm sorry,
okay,
unless you'd
go
rather
ahead.
go first.
Sure, go ahead, you go.
Okay. Resolution requesting direction and guidance from the Rhode Island Department of Health regarding COVID-19 vaccine distribution to the residents of the city of Warwick. Resolved that, whereas the Rhode Island Department of Health is administering and managing the COVID-19 vaccination program for the state of Rhode Island, and whereas the residents of the city of Warwick, along with all Rhode Islanders, are in dire need for a timely and efficient distribution of the COVID-19 vaccine, and whereas the city of Warwick has many medically vulnerable residents who are in urgent need of this life-saving COVID-19 vaccine, and whereas the members of the Warwick City Council have received many requests from Warwick residents imploring the council to do everything it can to assure City of Warwick residents access to the COVID-19 vaccine as soon as possible. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Warwick City Council respectfully requests that the Rhode Island Department of Health provide direction and guidance to the City of Warwick to assure a timely and efficient distribution of the COVID-19 vaccine to all its residents, and most especially the medically vulnerable residents of the City of Warwick. This resolution shall take effect upon passage. This resolution is sponsored by Councilman Lattister, Council President McAllister, Councilman Howe, Councilman Ricks, Councilwoman Travis, and Councilman Gebhardt.
Thank you, Kyla. I'd also
I got left off the list.
I'd also like to add into the record, Councilman Foley and Councilman Sinapi had also wanted to co-sponsor this. So the item was posted on the Secretary of State's website before I could get their approval. So if I could, we'll just have them added to it. Thank you for that.
And I would like to be
I had all three of them being added on.
I'm sorry, Councilman Foley, McElroy, what?
I would also like to be added on.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were on here. Yes, I'm sorry. Okay, absolutely. Thank you, Councilman McElroy. So the resolution, I think, speaks for itself. I've received several calls, one phone call from one of my constituents. The lady was practically in tears, in paranoia, because she had no idea where to go to get this shot, where she could get it, if she could get it. She had contacted or attempted to contact the Department of Health to no avail, no answer, etc. We need guidance on this. The Department of Health needs to offer us direction and guidance where our constituents can get this COVID shot, how, when, and where. And hopefully with the city of Warwick taking the lead on this thing, that that type of guidance will be provided. So once again, that was the reasoning behind this. Our citizens need to get vaccinated. The vaccinations are here, and we need to get it done much sooner than later. Back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Lattiser. Any other comments on this this evening? Any other comments from members of the council? Again, this was done under unanimous consent, so it was not done in committee. Do we have any comments from members of the public that would like to speak on this? Any comments from members of the public?
Not at this time, Mr. President.
Okay, hearing none. The clerk will call the roll for favorable action on PCR 10-21. Lynn, you're on mute.
No, I would be muted on that one. Sorry. Mr. McAllister?
No problem. Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gebhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes.
9 yes, PCR 10-21 passes. That is the last item on the docket here. Councilwoman Travis.
Mr. President?
Yes,
Um,
Mr. Lattiser.
I have a question. Thank you. I would like to get an opinion on moving for reconsideration on a vote that took place this evening from legal counsel. I would like to know if I am allowed to move for reconsideration on a vote that took place this evening, right now.
Okay, could you give me a second to read the council rules?
Sure, of
Thank
course.
you.
You're welcome.
And since some of the rules are technical in nature, Councilman, could you provide some insight as to which item you are inquiring
Yes.
about?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Walsh. I was going to actually ask you to weigh in as well. On the vote from the committee on board, on the Board of Assessment Review for the confirmation.
So I would just be looking to Attorney Walsh just for the technical aspect of it, but as everybody likely knows, Rule 27 governs reconsideration, and it states in part, when a vote has been passed, it shall be in order for any member voting with the prevailing side to move reconsideration thereof, in accordance with the provisions of these rules at either the same meeting or the next subsequent meeting. My reading of that means that a committee member who voted on the prevailing side would have to move for reconsideration. And it's my understanding that that was something that was considered by finance. So the members of finance would have to make that motion.
No, that wasn't finance.
An appointment, right?
That was appointment.
Appointments.
Unless there's further information than what was shared in committee, I have no intention of making that motion on my part.
So to be clear, the practice of the council on many of these holds has been to do so essentially through there being no objection and proceeding. So there was no formal vote taken according to my records. That it was announced that the recommendation was to hold it to the 1st of February, and that was accepted by the members of the council under the practices that you've held over the years, that the declaration of such is more of a formality than a formal vote. So to my record, there wasn't a vote actually taken on the holding of the nomination to the next meeting.
Thank you, Attorney Walsh. I appreciate your diligence on that.
So there was no vote from the committee. I had requested to have a vote, but I was told that a vote could not be taken on a motion from a committee to hold. I think that has been done in the past. Attorney Walsh?
I respectfully, Councilman, I was not here in the past, and
I know.
The most polite way possible, just because it was done that way doesn't mean it's always the right way. So my reading of this rules compared with Attorney Walsh's diligent note-taking is that a vote wasn't taken. So I don't know how we can consider on a vote that wasn't taken.
So I was confused by the two different questions, so let me clarify. I do concur with Attorney Pecchia as to her first statement as it relates to the committee took a vote, and you are not, Chair, Mr. Lattiser, a member of that committee, so your ability to do so, we're not in the committee, I guess, is part of this, so we are before the full council. The council didn't have something that's eligible to be reconsidered, and then Solicitor Pecchia has articulated the protocols for how that committee would have done so, but the committee would, and a member thereof would be in the appropriate person to raise such issue.
So we just had one of the councilmen voiced the opinion that he would not be of the mindset to reconsider. Perhaps.
Without additional information.
Excuse me?
The statement was, I would not reconsider without additional information not shared in committee previously.
Okay, additional information on the appointment of Mr. Sorrow. Is that what you're referring to?
That's what you're referring to, so yes.
Yeah, okay. Can I ask if either of the other two members of the appointments committee would be so inclined to move for reconsideration?
I think, Council President, hold on one second, please. This item, I don't understand why this is just going to be held to the next meeting. Why that we need to reconsider at this time. It's been moved as to be held to the next meeting. The committee made the recommendation. There wasn't a vote taken. It was just going to be held. I'm not understanding why we need to revisit this at this time.
And Council President, I'm sorry to interject. May I also just point out that Chairman Gebhardt, supported the recommendation of holding it to the next meeting because he had called Mr. Sorrow and told him that he would not, that was the will of the committee. So
Thank you. Exactly. And I believe he wanted to participate. He was planning on participating, but the chairman had reached out to him to let him know that we would be taking this up at the February 1st meeting. So again, I don't know the reasoning why we would want to consider this. You're free to ask the other two committee members, but is there a reason why this can't be held? Can it continue to be held until the next meeting, which is 2 weeks away?
Quite frankly, I see no reason why it can't be voted on tonight. The applicant is certainly qualified in this field. The need to be that position to be filled on the board certainly is important. The Board of Assessment Review is a critical component of our budget process. And personally, I don't see any reason to hold. It's been stated before that the potential appointees do not need to be present at the meeting.
That's incorrect, Councilman. Rule 32 states that prospective appointees shall be at the appointments committee meeting to answer questions from members.
It shall. I thought it amended that.
Not according to the rules that were passed. I mean, unless I have an outdated copy.
If I may.
Hold on 1 second, everybody. Hold on 1 second, please. Everyone, hold on 1 second. The committee, this was something that should have been discussed during the committee, Mr. Lattiser. You had the opportunity to bring this up when the committee came through. The recommendation is to hold to February 1st. The appointee would like to participate. He was told that we were going to hold it. So he's going to join us on February 1st. No one has discussed his qualifications or anything like that. We never got the opportunity to do that because we were going to hold on this. So I'd appreciate it if we could move the meeting along. This has been motioned through the committee to be held. We've already addressed this issue. It'll be heard in 2 weeks. Again, I'm happy to have the other committee members to speak on that, but that is my position, that this should have been brought up during the committee meetings, that I believe that the person should have the opportunity to speak. He was told that it would be on February 1st meeting. So no one is going into the information about his qualifications or anything like that. It has nothing to do with that at this time. This was a procedural vote to get them all on the same meetings. So Councilman Gebhardt, you were the chairman of this committee. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and fall on my sword on this one because I was under the impression that we needed to address it on the first meeting. I did speak with Mr. Sorrow. Based on my review, he is very qualified. He was looking forward to participating in the meeting. So I would rather not hold that back from him, the opportunity to do that. If there's no other, pressing reason that he needs to be in the next 2 weeks, then I think it will be relatively easy for us to get this done on the February 1st meeting, and to all have, adequate time, not, with our backs against the end of our time here tonight, to get that done.
Thank
That's
you
fine,
very much,
President.
Chairman. Councilman
withdraw
Ricks is
my
also
motion.
a member of that committee. I'd like to hear from him, please.
I
Councilman
speak as to Mr. Sorrow's qualifications in the first meeting in December. I understand that not all members of this council, we now have 2 additional members who should be able to weigh in on during an open meeting. And for the reasons expressed by the chairman of that committee, I think that it would be most proper to proceed with that hearing on February 1st, unless there is a very compelling reason as to why it should not wait. Thank you.
I'll withdraw my
Thank you very
motion.
much. So all 3 members of the committee have said that they do not want to revisit that. So I believe we should move on. Thank you very much. We move to the docket session. Councilwoman Travis.
If there be no further business of this honorable body, I move to a docket session. But
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, are you going to ask for unanimous consent first?
Yes, yes. Anything for unanimous consent in Councilman and Ward 1?
No.
Ward 2?
Pass.
Ward 3? Ward 4?
Pass.
Ward 5?
Pass.
Ward 6?
Pass.
Ward 7? Pass. Ward 8?
Pass.
Ward 9?
Pass.
Thank you. And now that we're in the docket session, was Ward 1 have anything to docket?
Yes, I do. A resolution.
You're muted, Councilman.
I'm unmuted now. Thank you. A resolution to the Rhode Island State Governor's Office in regards to the March 2020 CARES Act funding for the city of Warwick.
Okay, intergovernmental committee. Anything else in Ward 1, sir?
No.
Okay, Ward 2, anything to docket?
Pass.
Ward 3?
Pass.
Ward 4?
Pass.
Ward 5?
Pass.
Ward 6?
Pass.
Ward 7, I have one, a resolution in regards to the lease of city-owned property at 3259 Post Road to the Warwick Museum of Art. I believe public properties be a good place for that. Okay, thank you. Ward 8.
That,
anything to
Mr.
docket?
President,
Excuse me?
I'd like to co-sponsor that.
Sure. Please add Councilman Lattiser as a co-sponsor. Anybody else would like to co-sponsor? Councilman Ricks, Councilman Gephardt, Councilwoman
Bandwagon
Travis, Councilman McElroy, Councilman Sinapi, Councilman Howe, Councilman Foley. Thank you very much. Ward 8, do you have anything to docket?
No, thanks.
And Ward 9, anything to docket?
Not tonight, sir. Thank you.
Okay, then we will adjourn the meeting at 10:47. Have a good evening, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you,
Good night.
everyone.